coming from near and far to spend a Friday night here at the ballpark as the San Diego Padres try to improve upon a 2-game winning streak. They've done very well in the past against their opponent tonight, the Florida, now Miami Marlins, an 8-game winning streak against that team from South Florida. As we welcome you into the broadcast booth here, Andy Mazur in for Dick Enberg this series, along with Mark Grant. And speaking of the Marlins, they have went out and spent a lot of money in free agency in the offseason, but so far it hasn't really paid dividends.
Yeah, the owner of the Miami Marlins, Jeffrey Loria, opened up that checkbook, and he went after Jose Reyes, Heath Bell, Mark Buehrle. Quite frankly, Jose Reyes in the leadoff spot, he wasn't really producing. The average was down, the on-base percentage is down. Ozzie Guillen even took him out of the leadoff spot. Yeah, that'll get him jumping. And Heath Bell's jumping as well. He's jumping all over the strike zone. Fastball's up in the zone, curveball not breaking, the high ERA. Mark Buehrle. And, quite frankly, the record's not good, Andy, but the 3.3 ERA is not bad. And I think Mark Buehrle, quite frankly, is probably the least of the worries for Ozzie Guillen. He pitched for him in Chicago. He knows what he's all about. I think over the course of this long season, Mark Buehrle should do just fine for the Miami Marlins.
Well, Buddy Black will turn to Anthony Bass once again. He's coming off his best start as a pro. 8 innings against the San Francisco Giants, and of course he needs to keep things going.
Boy, he was fun to watch, wasn't he, last
Absolutely.
time out? He had the slider working, he had the fastball working, but the slider, a good ball. See where the ball is, right? It's out of the zone, but out of the hand it looks so good. The hitter sees it on the inside corner, he has to swing at it. And over the course of time, young pitchers, they'll try to bounce balls in front of the plate. This one looks like it's going to be a strike. They try to bounce it out in front, right side, left side. Big league hitters are just going to spin on that and take it. Anthony Bass knows when to throw that pitch when he's ahead to go for the strikeout. And another thing, he doesn't go for the strikeout on the first pitch. He tries to get early action, get an out. Hey, if you got 2 strikes, go for the punch out, and that's where he throws that slider.
Well, will be Anthony Bass going to the mound here against the Miami Marlins as the Padres are going fishing here tonight, trying to make it a 3-game winning streak. The game coming up. Of the season. The Miami Marlins come to town after a big offseason in free agency. They've struggled early, but with a big star power, they have a chance to break out at any time. Can the Padres ride Anthony Bass and the momentum to another win? It's the Marlins versus the Padres, and it's next on Fox Sports San Diego. And welcome into beautiful Petco Park here on a nice Friday night, celebrating Cinco de Mayo, a day early here as the Padres will host the Miami Marlins. As we're going to get to the lineups here in just a moment, as Anthony Bass will go to the mound, coming off, as we've talked about, arguably his best start ever.
Went to Darren Balsley before this ball game and I said, hey, any nuggets on the young right-hander? He said, don't change a thing.
And we get this one underway with the first pitch strike. Jose Reyes in that lead spot. And as you see, the numbers down. And that has been the case pretty much for all the free agent guys that they brought in the offseason. Another foul there at the plate. And quickly, Bass out in front.
Yeah, challenging time for Ozzie Guillen, the manager of the Miami Marlins. And quite frankly, not only a lot of pressure on the manager and the owner, Jeffrey Loria, for spending all that money, but you know what? Pressure on the players as well, right? Even the veteran players put a little added pressure on themselves.
Bass ready. And that one will be inside. It's 1-2. As Bass had the first complete game for the Padres with that 8-inning stint against the Giants. Adrian Johnson, the man calling the balls and strikes. Gary Cederstrom, the crew chief at first base. Lance Barksdale at second. Fielden Culbreth is at third. That's your umpiring crew tonight. A little jam shot into short center. And that's going to fall. Couldn't have thrown it out there any better. So Reyes aboard with a lead single. Here's the lineup that Ozzie Guillen will bring out there. You saw Reyes, of course. Emilio Bonifacio leading the league in stolen bases, bats second. Anthony Ramirez, his first season at third base, batting third. Greg Dobbs, the cleanup man. Omar Infante will be at second base, batting fifth. Giancarlo Stanton will be in right field, hitting sixth. Gabby Sanchez at first base. Brett Hayes, the catcher, hits eighth. And Josh Johnson is on the mound and batting ninth. And this is Bonifacio. One of those guys you want to keep off the base paths. He has 12 stolen bases. That leads the National League.
Oh, he's going to run at first base, Jose Reyes.
He has 7 steals at first base.
But one thing Anthony Bass has done well, holding runners.
And with a throw over, that'll hold him on.
He's gotten better. And he has shaved off about 0.3 seconds. And that might not seem like a lot, but in a bang-bang play at second base, that's all the difference in the world. A guy getting safe and out as you see the gap in right center field there. Trying to hit that hole.
Another throw over.
So it tells me that the Padres are banking on Bonifacio to hit the ball in the air to the left side.
It's interesting how those charts kind of play out. You see them playing a guy one way on the infield, one way on the outfield. Buddy Black and his staff looking at that information, of course, before each game of the series as they get ready to take on these Marlins. That one got away from Hundley. Looked like he was crossed up a bit on that pitch, and down to second base will go Reyes.
I think Nick just handled it the wrong way. He went palm down rather than palm up on this ball that kind of rode away from him. Four-seamer. See how he went palm down? I think Nick should have went palm up on that. And the Marlins get a free 90 feet. Because if he would have gotten crossed up, I think he would have went out there and had a meeting. There was no runner on second base. I just think it was a bad handle the way Nick went after that pitch.
Scored a wild pitch. And trying to bunt. To get the runner to third base is Bonifacio, and he takes it.
And I'm hoping that one of the umpires, and I've mentioned this before, but Bonifacio, that back foot came completely out of the box behind home plate, trying to advance that runner over to third base.
Good look there as he's on that very back edge of the line. Again squaring. Gets it down, and a smart decision to let that one roll foul.
Absolutely. And, you know, going back to that wild pitch, I think that should have been a pass ball.
I would agree with you. I think Nick would probably agree with you, too.
Hey, Nick has worked extremely hard behind home plate. Wow. Did that ball bounce before his glove? Okay, I didn't. At first, I thought the ball was off the glove, but it did, in fact, bounce?
I think it did.
I stand corrected.
And generally, that's the way they're going to look at it.
Exactly.
An official score is going to use that as a determining factor, whether it's a pass ball or a wild pitch. And Bonifacio will take a strike. Looking to bunt again. So Headley will drop back behind the bag at third now with 2 strikes. As Bass Trying to wiggle out of some trouble here in the very first inning.
I get it. Wiggle.
You like that, huh? Got a million of them. I wrote them down, but I'm not going to use them all. Trust me.
There's that slider or cutter that Anthony Bass throws.
So it has gone full with Hanley Ramirez, the brand new third baseman of these Miami Marlins. Is there going to be a pool tonight on how many times we call them the Florida Marlins?
I think you've got it covered.
Okay, I'm going to work on that.
I even wrote it down on my book.
So
I highlighted it.
And he lost him, ball 4. So the first 2 men have reached against Bass. It took nearly 6 innings for a batter to reach against him in that last start against the Giants. So it just kind of goes to show you how crazy this game of baseball is. From one start to the next. Take a look at the defense behind Anthony Bass here. The outfield has Mark Kotsay in left, Cameron Maben, the former Marlin, in center, Venables in right, Headley and Bartlett. That's the left side of the infield. Hudson and Alonso on the right. And the battery of Anthony Bass and Nick Hundley.
Well, everybody rested after the off day, and going back to the last game Wednesday against the Brewers, the Padres errorless, which was a good sign in the 5-0 whitewash of the Milwaukee Brewers.
So here is Ramirez, who drove in a couple of runs in the final game against the Giants without a base hit. He lines one deep into left center field. That's going to head toward the wall and over the wall for a home run. A line drive laser beam 3-run homer for Hanley Ramirez. And just like that, it's 3-0 Miami.
My goodness. First pitch, Hanley Ramirez is all over it. You know that Hanley Ramirez loves the first pitch fastball. He wants to go down and away on contact. That's outer third. And this is a laser beam. And it looks like Ramirez out in front just a little bit, but tremendous bat speed. Into the first row over the auxiliary scoreboard. Wow.
5th home run of the year for Ramirez. As we get the congratulations in that third base dugout. Now Greg Dobbs will bat and take strike 1.
I was going to try to jinx Hanley Ramirez because I was just about to say he's grounded into 4 double plays this year. But he was all over that first pitch fastball. Anthony Bass just did not get that pitch down enough.
And that'll hug the line, then hit the bag. Nice play there by Alonso to stay with it, and Bass on the cover. Looked like it was going to be a foul ball, and then it hit that bag.
I thought once it bounced halfway down the first baseline, it was going to go foul. That ball hits the bag. Nice reaction by Alonso and a good feed. Quickly done. Quickly getting over there, Anthony Bass. Hey, he needs to rebound. He's down 3-0. He's got to forget about that and go after Omar Infante.
I'll tell you, Greg Dobbs did not run at all.
No, I think he thought it was going to go foul, so he gave up on it.
So here is Infante with the first man retired. And again, how crazy the game is between starts. Anthony Bass didn't walk a single batter in that 8 innings, and one of the walks here today, his first, has turned out to cost him. Good strike there. Fooled him on the slider, 1-1.
We talked about the slider in the pregame show. Once again, that's a good strike. That's a nasty slider. You cannot place that pitch any better. Down and away again.
Just got a piece.
Well, Infante does not like the slider. 2 good pitches back to back.
Now, you as a pitcher, you can sense that.
Absolutely.
And you're going to be shaken off unless you...
Sure. And Nick Hundley's on the same page. He knows, now if you were to throw him a fastball here, what would you do? You'd throw it out of the zone, maybe up and in, nothing to hit, or something down off the plate.
Rolled slowly up the middle. Tough play, and not in time. So an infield single. Once it got past Bass, it was going to be a tough play as slowly as that ball was hit.
Yeah, it didn't have a lot of juice on that one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and then it hit the mound, and then it skimmed on the grass, and that may have slowed it down even more. It's not really thick grass here at Petco Park, but enough to slow it down, and Jason Bartlett did everything he could to get rid of that baseball to get Infante.
Well, the Marlins weren't the only ones to change their name in the offseason. So did this guy right here. We used to know him as Mike Stanton.
Yep.
Now he's Giancarlo Stanton. Same power, different name. And Bass is having a little trouble with the strike zone here early. Three-run homer by Ramirez. That is the difference right now in this top of the first. The outside there and can't get a call. 2-0.
20th pitch coming for Anthony Bass. And the ball to strike ratio 11 strikes, 8 balls. Got to start working down the zone. Careful here.
And there that one goes into deep left center field. Maybin will only take a look as this ball is beyond the bullpen. And then right back into the field. A play on a 2-run homer for Stanton. 5-0 Marlins. Fourth of the year for Stanton.
Dangerous count. 2-0. Trying to locate a fastball. Looked like a fastball. And he was all over it. I'll tell you what, we saw last year Mike Stanton hit a ball off the wall. And this year we've seen Giancarlo Stanton do the same thing. Well, he's got one heck of a swing.
And that sound is just different off of his bat than many others. There's a fly ball down the right field line. That'll get out of play. Here on Gabby Sanchez. Sanchez with a home run and 8 runs batted in. This has really been the bugaboo inning for the San Diego Padres. This first. Coming into the game, they had given up 16 first inning runs and only scored 10 of their own. And Maybin will come in and dive and make a tremendous catch in shallow center field. Good read by Maybin and great closing speed.
Anytime you can pick up your pitcher, especially after the inning that Anthony Bass has had. Oh, the backhand grab. Laying out, making a great play for Cameron Maybin. Any way you can help Anthony Bass get an extra out. He's missing with location. Great read. Big out.
So the 8th man to come to the plate will be the catcher, Brett Hayes. And getting ahead is Anthony Bass.
Hey, it's hard for pitchers to erase this. You know, it's the first inning, making some bad pitches. You look at the scoreboard, you're down by a 5 spot already.
Yeah, the swing ahead of that slider. That's been the best pitch so far tonight. So Bass 1 strike away from getting his team into the dugout and getting those bats against Josh Johnson. But down 5-0. Just outside 1-2. Bass still very young in this game, only 24 years of age. Get out of play, and we'll do it again. 1-2.
It's just amazing, Andy, how this game will just humble you.
Yeah.
You'll be on top of the mountain one day, and then all of a sudden the next. But to put it into contrast, the next pitch will be number 27 for Anthony. And at San Francisco, he went 8 solid innings, throwing 90 pitches.
Another 1-2 pitch. Got him. And the inning has finally come to an end. But 8 men come to the plate here, and 2 of them leave the building. Ramirez with a line drive home run. Stanton with a line drive home run. And the Padres are down 5-0 in the first. Well, some work to do for the Padres offense. Anthony Bass with a 5-run first inning. Home runs by those two gentlemen. Stanton on your left and Ramirez on your right. And the Padres will send this lineup up today against Josh Johnson. Will Venable to lead things off. Lineup's brought to you by Toyota. As Mark Kotsay will bat second. Chase Headley in the number 3 spot. Yonder Alonso in the cleanup hole. Nick Hundley batting 5th. Orlando Hudson will hit 6th. It's Maben, Bartlett, and Bass, the lower third of the order here against Josh Johnson. 6th start of the year. And things have not gone all that well for this guy. And it's been kind of uncharacteristic the way that teams have been beating him. A lot of hits.
Yeah, he gave up double digits in his 10 for the 3rd time in hits. 10 double digits. That's unlike Josh Johnson. He's got a fastball, slider, and a curve. 90 to 95.
There was that fastball right in that range that you predicted, 93.
Gives up a lot of singles, though.
First time he's faced the Padres since 2010. And right there on near the top of the list. One more hit, he'll tie Kennedy for the most hits allowed this year. As Venable hits one in the air to left, not going to carry. And Dobbs, that is, will make that catch for out number 1. You saw Dobbs out there in left field. The rest of his outfield mates will be Emilio Bonifacio in center. Giancarlo Stanton is in right field. It's Ramirez and Reyes on the left side of the infield. Infante and Sanchez on the right. And Josh Johnson and Brett Hayes are the battery for the Miami Marlins.
Hanley Ramirez at third base. You know, quite an adjustment for Hanley. Being a shortstop all those years, right? But they said, you know what, he's fine. We got Jose Reyes at shortstop. I'm a team guy. The bottom line.
And there's a base hit to left for Mark Kotsay.
The bottom line is to be that team guy and play wherever it's going to help the ball club the most. And Ramirez and Reyes a great left side of the infield. And Mark Kotsay continues to put together good at-bats. That is a high pitch elevator to the outside. Stays on top of it. Keeps that top hand on top half of the baseball rather than popping it up. That's good hitting right there by Mark Kotsay.
Had a good series against the Milwaukee Brewers.
And he's my guy. Pick the stick tonight.
I wonder why your hand went straight up in the air. It's in a celebratory mode. Long game, pal. So here's Headley taking ball 1. Headley a 1 for 2 on Wednesday. That would be the day before the off day, which was yesterday. Headley had 4 homers and 14 runs batted in. Both lead the team. Got the call on the corner. Evens things up. Yonder Alonso up in that 4 spot. We'll wait on deck here. Marlins out to an early 5-0 lead against Anthony Bass. That pitch got inside. Did it hit him? It did. So Headley will walk on down to first base. So 2 on with 1 away here against Josh Johnson.
Looked like a slider down and in, and it clips the front foot maybe of Chase Headley. The back foot. Boy, did it? According to home plate umpire Adrian Johnson, it's his back foot.
If he says so.
See this ball. I know it hits the ground and changes direction, but very close. Tough to tell, huh?
Yeah, very tough to tell. I mean, like you said, it hit the ground. Hard to tell if it hit that back foot when it was a little bit elevated or not. Ozzie Guillen came out to double check with Adrian Johnson, but as it is, first and second with 1 away, and the batter Alonso.
You know, even if you get 1 run here, right? You're down 5-0, bottom of the first. Couple runners on base. Even if you get 1 run, 2 would be very solid. At least don't go down by putting a goose egg up there.
Start to chip away. Time called at home plate. I remember a game in 2010. It was interleague. The Orioles were here, and John Garland was on the mound. There was an error in that first inning that opened the floodgates to a 4-run first for the Orioles. Padres won that ball game.
Hey, it's a long game, right?
Absolutely.
And that's baseball.
Absolutely. 2-0 here on Alonso.
Got to keep chipping away. Find ways to capitalize on the other team's mistakes. Hit the mistakes like Kotsay did for that single to left field.
That guy right there is not going to let this team surrender in this first inning. There's no chance of that ever happening. That's going to fall in. Base hit. And being held at third base is Kotsay. They're now loaded with only one away. And Nick Hundley is due.
Oh, you got that right. And once again, the left-handed hitter is off of Josh Johnson going the opposite way. Kotsay to left field. Alonso to left field. Kotsay, crack of the bat, go, go, go until I get the stop sign. Put on the brakes. You ain't going anywhere, big boy. So now the bases for the Padres blowing a .08. Bases are drunk. FOP full of Padres.
Well done.
Randy St. Clair, the pitching coach for the Marlins, out to have a chat. I don't know what Yonder's talking to Gary Cedarstrom about.
They might be talking about that play in the first inning with the ball hitting the bag the way that it did.
Yeah, could be.
Defensively, otherwise I can't really think of anything that'd be.
That ball did take a turn.
It did take a turn. It had a lot of spin on it. Looked like it was going to be foul off the bat of Greg Dobbs. As Mud so eloquently told you, the bases are full of Padres. And Hundley swings at the first pitch and pops it into short center. That's Bonifacio and a bluff there by Kotsay and not going anywhere. Big second out for the Marlins.
And Johnson comes in with a first pitch slider. He knows that Nick Hundley, anything, if he gets a fat fastball, he's going to hack at it. So he counters a slider, and Nick just out in front and off the end of the bat a little bit.
Johnson get away with that one?
You know what? It was up enough. It was hung enough, but I think Nick kind of got himself out on that one. Kind of just pulled open a little bit too soon, and the bat kind of dragging through the zone a little bit. It wasn't like he was really on it.
So now it's up to Orlando Hudson to at least get something to show for this little rally, as he'll take ball one. Hudson at .210, home run and 7 runs batted in, and on base percentage below 300. Look at batting average and kind of tell the story sometimes, but OBP will tell you a lot of information as well. And a strike. It's even, 1-1. Kotsay's at third. There's Headley at second, and the runner at first base is Yonder Alonso. Hudson at the plate, trying to get the Padres on the board here in this first inning, down 5-0. 2-1. You look at what Johnson was able to do in a very injury-shortened season last year at 2011. 9 starts, he was 3-1 with a 164.
And that's with a bad wing. How about those numbers?
39 hits in 60 innings.
Yeah.
And trying to round back into form here. Good breaking ball. So it's 2-2.
Slider, hanging slider at that. Right at the belt buckle.
Think they go back to it?
We might see another one here down and in. Or, he froze him with a fastball in earlier. There's a slider.
Well, now a gapper could theoretically score them all.
Absolutely.
Anthony Bass would love that.
As soon as Johnson starts that delivery towards home plate, all the Padre runners will be off and running. This is where, like you said, Andy, you need a gapper, you need a base hit down one of those lines.
Johnson taking a long time.
He might throw a short, tight breaking ball here, like a slider, like a nice tight slider rather than a fastball trying to, blowing by Orlando Hudson. Definitely see how much confidence he has in that breaking ball, if in fact he does throw it.
Hudson trying to come through. Takes strike three call. Fastball on the inside corner. And down looking is Orlando Hudson with the bases loaded. We have played a full inning. Marlins 5 and the Padres nothing. Look at our Lexus keys to the game, Mutt.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Well, these Padres, they find themselves down 5-0. Start chipping away. Get that chisel and hammer out and ride the win streak. You know, 2-game win streak, 2 shutouts, off day yesterday. Still plenty of baseball left, so go to that toolbox. Get the chisel, get the hammer, start chipping away. Right? Before you know it.
Absolutely.
You're out of Shawshank. A little here, a little there. Next thing you know, you're free.
So here's Josh Johnson. See the numbers there. He does have 3 home runs. A big guy. Left-hand batter, right-hand thrower. And Bass misses again. And how critical does this second inning? I mean, I know it's only the second inning, but how critical is the second inning for Anthony Bass?
It's huge for Anthony Bass to shut him down. But what's even more important, that 0 in the bottom of the first for the Padres, the Marlins holding them. Just 1 run would have been nice. You know, you're in slam range. If you get 2, it's even better. But that really hurts.
And he gets Johnson on strikes. Second strikeout. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Anthony Bass. And 1 away. And the Marlins second. We'll go back to the top of the order for Jose Reyes.
Challenge him with a fastball. And these are the hitters of the order that Anthony Bass should just plow through. Brett Hayes. Strikeout, swinging. Josh Johnson, same thing.
So Reyes, who had that bloop single to center that started all the fun for the Marlins in that first inning. And a first pitch swing and an easy grounder there to Alonso. And 2 outs for Anthony Bass here in the top of the second.
Hey, you love that, right? After throwing close to 30 pitches in the first inning. Quick outs.
And you got to wonder, too, what goes through the mind of an opposing hitter, especially after Bass had struggled so much in that first inning. Why he would come up and swing at a first pitch, especially after your pitcher strikes out.
Hey, this kid wants a closer look.
It's a good view.
Looks like something out of Star Wars, doesn't it?
And a first pitch strike to Emilio Bonifacio. Marlins with those brand new jerseys, that M on the shoulder and the
what do you think?
Multicolored logo.
What do you think?
Yeah, jury's still out. Like what someone told us earlier, it was they were all prepared to hate it.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the jury's still out, and I'll bet you there's 12 angry men somewhere.
I see 4, but they're not angry.
You know what the bottom line is, though? It's a big league uni.
Very, very true.
Right?
Very true, and I'm sure it's a big seller in Miami, especially with that new ballpark. They have different varieties, kind of like the old 1979 Pittsburgh Pirates, where their
8 different combos.
Equipment manager probably has to bring a whole boatload of uniforms with him on every trip. You got the little Marlin right there on top of the M, and the orange hats that they wear at home sometimes.
Kid's rooting for both teams. Padre jersey, Marlins hat.
Figures he can't lose.
He's like, what you talking about, Willis?
Got to go inside there, missing. Full count. A lot of money spent in the offseason by these Marlins. It has not translated into a ton of wins. 11 and 14 coming in. Base hit. Didn't look like he broke his wrist at all on that.
Just slapped at it.
Well, when last we saw Hanley Ramirez at the plate, that was the result. That ball didn't get more than 20 feet off the ground the entire time, but snuck out for a home run.
Yeah, that was a laser. And if you think Hanley Ramirez has any problems about playing third base, it definitely didn't come out on a swing.
Yeah, the story goes he was not very happy at first when Reyes was acquired. And the move over to third base. There's a take strike one. Good changeup there by Bass. But apparently, getting to know Jose Reyes a little bit, he figured, you know what, I'd rather play alongside of him than not play at all and have a better attitude about it because Reyes is always smiling.
And it's just going to make everybody better, don't you think?
Absolutely. Quick throw over. So Bass would certainly like to end things right here. Get back in that dugout. Economize these pitches.
Boy, Reyes looks different, huh? Without the payload.
Mm-hmm.
Cutting the hair.
Another change. Well, you see the numbers on Ramirez, a .313 hitter the first 5 years of his career, and then you look at what's going on this year. Does it translate because he moved positions and has to concentrate a little bit more there at third base? This guy still has a very loud bat.
Absolutely. I think once he gets familiar with the surroundings at third base and the whole Miami Marlins thing going on in South Florida, I think he's going to put up good numbers. Oh, my.
Pitch out, and it gets by Hundley. Back to the screen. To second base goes Bonifacio.
Well, that was a pitch out that Anthony Bass yanked towards the shoe tops of Nick Hundley. Nick out of the crouch. Ooh. Tough ball for any catcher. He got a glove on it, but tough ball for any catcher to catch cleanly.
And the second wild pitch in as many innings here for Anthony Bass. Now certainly has to bear down with 2 strikes against Ramirez. It will appeal and no swing. So it's even. Beautiful night here on a Friday evening at Petco Park in downtown San Diego, California. You look in from the park at the park.
San Diego. Drink it in.
Drink it in.
It always goes down smooth.
Going full. 3-2.
Yeah, he tried to go up and in on him. Let's see if he tries to go down and away here. He had him 0-2. It's amazing also how pitchers go from start to start and it's just total opposite ends of the spectrum. Now, there are starts where you go out there, like probably any sport, basketball, golf, football, whatever the case may be. You can go out there blindfolded and hit a free throw. You can hit it right down the fairway. As a pitcher, you can just hit your spots. And then there's other times where you're really reaching to try to hit your spots. Just throw a strike.
got him. Nice slider, breaking away, and Ramirez strikes out swinging. 3 strikeouts now for Anthony Bass. Cameron Maybin heading into that dugout. He's going to lead things off for the Padres here in the second, down 5-0.
San Diego, and the Padres involved in a big trade on their day off, so it wasn't quite a day off after all for the team. Ernesto Frieri being traded to the Los Angeles Anaheim Angels for Alexi Amarista and also pitcher Don Roach. Buddy Black talked about Amarista and the value he brings to the infield. That's our Geico quote of the game.
This adds a young infielder who has major league service time, who's been in AAA for a couple years, who's versatile, who can play the middle of the diamond and also play the outfield as well. He can do a lot of things. So the versatility plus the talent in the middle of the diamond capabilities is something that I think is, for us at this point, needed.
Send it back upstairs. Andy Mazer and Mark Grant.
All right, Layla, thank you very much. As Cameron Maybin leading off the Padres second.
Depth, got to have it, right?
They have to have depth. Lifted in the air to right. Stanton lumbering over toward that line and making the catch. Those were not smooth, gliding strides.
No, and you know what's the first thing that entered my mind when Giancarlo Stanton was going after that high fly ball? Matt Gamble and Mariano Rivera going after baseballs recently and blowing out their knee. Why do I say that? Because long run, then he's got to deal with those mounds and then deal with that wall. Anytime you're dealing with running with long strides and then trying to put on the brakes and pull up, then you've got those mounds to deal with. That could spell disaster. How freaky is that? Matt Gamble, Mariano Rivera shagging in the outfield, blowing out his knee.
It's amazing. And the video of that yesterday was unbelievable. Bartlett grounds one to his counterpart, and he'll be thrown out for round number 2. That'll bring up Anthony Bass. But it's something that Rivera has said, I have done it every day of my career. Sure. Helps keep me in shape.
It's a freak thing.
The one time he goes to reach for that ball on the warning track, collides with the wall, and goes down in a heap. And he just heads to the wall. And the telling part of it was just that he was just in agony.
Watch it right. Oh, he kept just that little tweak.
It was video of Alex Rodriguez behind the batting cage, kind of figuring out who it was and realizing that it was Mariano Rivera. The reaction was just unbelievable. Anthony Bass looking for his first big league hit. He'll swing and miss.
And you're hoping for that, aren't you?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping to be the coming through with a little bit off the wall kind of thinking there, but
well, I'm sure Mr. Enberg's really happy with your
I'm
pick.
sure he's really not happy at all. And especially won't be happy after that, as Bass will roll out in a 1-2-3 inning for Josh Johnson and the Miami Marlins. 5-0 Marlins to the third. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Cinco de Mayo tomorrow, but of course being celebrated here tonight by the Padres out there at the park. A little party before the game today.
Yeah, I saw Pomeranz and Sweeney out there with a big, like, jar or glass of something that looked, slushy.
Yeah, it looked like a big fishbowl, didn't it?
Kind of looked greenish and. Welcome, the party is here. Oh, yeah.
Tacos.
A little bit of music.
Mark Grant's iPod out there.
Margaritas. Cocktails.
Go Padres!
Love the sombreros.
What's going on with the scissors,
I don't
though?
know. Does the guy need a haircut or something?
I don't know. Thought maybe there was a ribbon cutting or something I didn't know about.
We weren't invited.
No, we were not. So Greg Dobbs will lead off in this third inning against Anthony Bass.
Well, he made an adjustment last inning. Anthony Bass did.
They'll take low on a change, 2-0. There's Dobbs that hit that ball that was heading up the first base line that looked as though it was going to go foul and hit the bag. Good job to stay with it by Alonso, but Dobbs didn't run the ball out, and Alonso threw onto Bass on the cover. Right side. Hudson in the outfield grass will throw him out. So the lead man retired to bring up Omar Infante.
You know what I saw on that play, Andy? Yonder Alonso recognizing that, you know what, Orlando Hudson's going to get to that baseball because and it's no fault to Yonder Alonso. It's getting to know first base and his second baseman. But look at where Hudson is here, right? And Alonso immediately goes to the bag because he realizes, hey, my second baseman can get there. A lot of times you'll see first baseman be a little bit overly aggressive, go to their right, and then you've got to throw a perfect strike to a moving target, which is the pitcher coming first base. So bottom line is, I think, good recognition by Alonso, knowing that Hudson was behind him to field the baseball.
2-0 now. Kind of goes back to that play that happened in San Francisco. That was the only thing that really hurt Bass, was that throw from Hudson in the outfield grass where he spun and then threw to the bag at first base. And I think that kind of caught Alonso a little bit by surprise. First, that he could get to the ball, and second, that it was going to be a spin throw. But so much more comfortable that time going back to the bag with Orlando Hudson to his right. But you're right, it's a learning process.
Yeah.
It's going to 3-0 on Infante. And now ball 4. Second walk for Anthony Bass. And Giancarlo Stanton will come up, and he hit one into the bullpen his last time up. Not a cheapie by any stretch.
Well, at birth, on the birth certificate, it's Giancarlo Michael Stanton. And the story, we were talking to Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton, the TV team for the Miami Marlins. They said, as a kid growing up in school, people were butchering his name.
Yeah.
And, as a young kid, it's like, okay, enough already. So he said, hey, it's okay to just call me Michael. And his mom and dad, they just loved Italian names, right? So they gave him Giancarlo at birth, and then he decided to change it this offseason, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah. Takes that one in the dirt. And if you weren't with us in the first inning, this is the result of a high fastball.
He's a good one, isn't he?
Just that raw power.
Yeah.
That was his 4th of the year. Hanley Ramirez hit his 5th earlier.
He's not going to miss too many mistakes.
No. There goes the runner. Huntley will handle and throw in the dirt. It bounced in on Hudson. So Infante with his first stolen base of the year.
Slider down and in, and Nick yanks this one. And they're going to go have a chat with the runner on second base, go over the signs. Well, even if that throw was on line, I don't think that they're going to get Infante.
29th team stolen base, and that is number 1 in the majors. Not just the National League. That's the title the Padres held for quite some time last year. Now a man moving into scoring position here with only 1 out. 5-0 Marlins. All 5 in the first.
That hacked. He was guessing.
Wondering if it was a strike.
Yep. Asking back to home plate umpire Adrian Gonzalez, hey, was that a ball?
Just goes to show you there how close 60 feet 6 inches really is. Full count. A lot of full counts, a lot of 3-ball counts here for Bass.
Deep counts, you're right. Up to 57 pitches already here in the top of the 3rd.
This is the 5th full count he has had tonight. Aaron Balsy looking on. And he's walked him. Ball 4.
We often talk about body language from the pitcher. Well, the body language of the pitching coach and manager tells a lot as well. And a little chat to calm him down right here.
Time now for the Sycuan Casino Daycation stat of the game. Anthony Bass, 2nd of the National League among starters with a 10.4 strikeouts per 9 innings this season. And he was mowing down Giants in his last start, a complete game. Took that perfect game into the 6th inning, and of course the noted slugger Tim Lincecum gets the infield single to break things up.
Well, 1 strikeout in the 1st inning, 2 in the 2nd inning. And kind of struggling here with control. The pitch count continues to rise for Anthony.
What's the pitching coach going to say at that point? What's he telling him to do?
I think it's just to calm down, kind of like a little bit of a breather, because Darren Balsley has told me when a pitcher is struggling, he doesn't really want to throw a lot in his head mechanically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just to give him a little bit of a breather. He may mention something mechanically to him, but I think it's more of just a relaxation type deal. Kind of back off a little bit.
And a good strike there.
And you threw a nice change up there as well. And sometimes when a pitcher is struggling with a fastball location, they will throw the slider or the change up.
Saw the lefty Josh Spence warming up in the bullpen behind Anthony Bass. Big hack again at the change.
Back-to-back changeups. Anthony Bass may have found that groove. Nicely done, way out in front.
That might sound like a strange question, but if you throw a bunch of changeup and you get the feel for that pitch, can it give you the feel of your fastball and your other stuff back?
I think it'll complement your fastball as well. Absolutely. Anthony Bass should have no problem going back to the fastball here. Bury it inside, maybe.
You talk to golfers, and they say if the swing is off just a little bit, they want to hit a good 7-iron to get that swing, that feel of that swing right back. And then they go back and they go about their business and attack a golf course. I don't know if it's the same thing.
I'd be attacking the sand trap.
Me too.
So I wouldn't know about the 7-iron.
Just bring the shovel in the bucket, right?
Yeah. There's the fast. Oh, yeah.
Got him looking.
Kind of a delayed call. I didn't think he was going to call it a strike.
Sanchez didn't think so either.
This is a great pitch by Anthony Bass. Down, knee high. Good pitch. Way to bounce back.
Strikeout number 4.
Hey, Andy, that answers your question.
Yeah,
then,
there
right?
you go.
Back-to-back changeups, and then he throws them with the good located fastball. So no problem for Anthony Bass.
So here's the catcher, Brett Hayes. Strikeout victim back in the first inning. 2 men on for the Marlins. Bass trying to shut the door right here. Already 5-0. All 5 runs in the first inning. Swing and a miss. So it's been a lot of breaking balls.
Yeah, the changeup this inning and first pitch slider to Hayes. Seems like Anthony is kind of, especially after those 2 walks. And once again, it's the bottom of the order. He should mow these guys down.
Sharply to short. Nice backhand there by Bartlett. And in time on the force. And the inning has come to an end. So the 2 walks do absolutely no damage. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Padres down 5. At the ballpark, even though the Padres are down 5-0. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. What is the Padres' record for consecutive shutout games pitched? Working on a couple of games that were now obviously no longer is a streak here with the 5 runs in the first inning. But interesting question. We'll bring you the answer a little bit later on.
Love the sombreros. It's a great look, especially this one right here.
I didn't know you were going with that one.
They're having a good time, huh?
Absolutely. Venable takes a strike to begin the Padres' 3rd. Johnson missing on that one. A lot of youngsters here tonight. Glad to have them with us.
It'll be nice once school gets out, right?
Yeah. That's got to be coming up pretty soon, huh?
Yeah, early June, middle of June for some schools.
I'm sure they're counting down the days. Tell mom and dad to bring you out to a ball game. Close pitch inside, but it's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Close pitch to take, but it is outside. And ball 4. Good start there for the Padres. Mark Sweeney down at field level. And Mark, what are you seeing from Johnson? I mean, this is a guy that didn't usually give up a lot of hits. Obviously, he was hurt last year and trying to work his way back.
You know what, guys, we always remember Josh Johnson with velocity, but also that heavy sink. And that's what I don't really see in him. I don't see that depth of the sinker and that velocity that he normally has. But obviously, he doesn't have command as well.
So here's Kotsay. He'll take a strike. And Mark Sweeney, you should have seen Mark Grant celebrating after the base hit there for Kotsay with the pick the stick picks.
Yeah, guys, let's understand that we want to see the Padres win, not just to pick the stick.
Long time set here for Johnson. And a quick throw to first, and it was close.
Very close. Sometimes the runners at first base, if there's a threat to run, they'll get a little antsy, and it's all in the throw as well. Great throw by Johnson. Oof, that was very close.
Again, over to first.
You know, that's got to be a tough call for any umpire. I mean, especially if the throw is on the fair side of first base, then you've got that extension of the runner, the arm, going back to the bag, making the tag not on the hand but down lower on the body.
Popped up. It'll be Ramirez at third base. 1 away. Chase Headley coming up. We're talking about run support with Josh Johnson, who only had 4 runs of support in 28 2/3 innings coming into this game here tonight. And wouldn't you know it, his team gets him 5 runs in the first.
Enjoy it while you can, huh?
And there's a base hit, extra bases, into the corner and left. Venable with speed, heading toward third, getting the green light. He's going to score without a throw. And the Padres are on the board. Headley with a double and a run batted in. 5-1.
Well, of the hits tonight for the Padres, the left-handed hitters are going the opposite way. Finding the garden spot down there, and Glenn Hoffman gets into position to send Will Venable all the way around for the first run of the game for San Diego. Another good-looking swing. The ball jumps around in the corner. Oh, takes a bad hop on Greg Dobbs. Nicely done, Chase Headley.
15th run batted in, 7th double. And here's Yonder Alonso. He'll swing at the first one and foul it out of play.
You know, guys, down here, when you're in the field level, you can understand. We always talk about doing the little things. Will Venable had a nice break off that. It's a line drive, had a nice break, gave Glenn Hoffman an opportunity to score him right there, especially with the trouble down in left field.
Johnson again taking well too much time.
And Mark, it looks like that Johnson's consistently trying to keep the ball away to the left-handed hitters. He did go on the inside part to Orlando Hudson, but a good approach by these left-handed hitters.
Yeah, Mark, he likes to come in late, and he also likes to elevate the ball late.
That'll get the man at third, as Alonso will be thrown out. And now with 2 away, the batter will be Nick Hundley. Well, tomorrow, fans, the UFC returns to Fox and immediately hits the air live with an explosive heavyweight bout between Lamar Johnson and Pat Barry, followed by 3 epic fights, including a 5-round showdown between lightweight contenders Jim Miller and Nate Diaz. UFC Fight Night on Fox is live from East Rutherford, New Jersey tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. Sweeney and Grant are not on the undercard of that, so no worries about that.
I'm going against Pomeranz this time.
There's a shot in the left. That's going to be a base hit. Extra bases for Hundley. Headley will score on the double by Nick Hundley. 5-2 is the lead. So doubling the fun in this inning.
Absolutely. And Mark Sweeney all over the first pitch, being very aggressive.
Yeah, he threw him a slider to the first at bat, and it was away. He popped it up. That time it got too much of the plate. Nick Hundley did a nice job driving that ball to left field.
Third double for Hundley, as you see. 12th run batted in. And again, a man in scoring position with 2 away for Hudson.
Let's see if Orlando keys on the fastball. Because remember the last at-bat when he struck out looking to end that first inning? Early in the at-bat, he froze him with the fastball in, and then sliders, and then some off-speed stuff, and then he froze him again for the punch-out. That was a first-pitch fastball there that he swung through and missed.
And bit on that curve. So Headley and Hundley have each come through with runs batted in here in this third inning. And one of our Lexus keys of the game was starting to chip away, and that's what's going on.
Another key 2-out knock would be nice here.
Just did get a piece of it.
And he tried to go on the inside part of the plate with the fastball.
Johnson has thrown 9 consecutive strikes. A couple have been hit into the corner.
Hey, you think Orlando was aware of the fastball in? That last pitch, it was right there on the inside part of the plate. Watch how he tries to fight it off as quick as he can. Fouls it off, gets another crack at it. Now, what do you counter with a fastball in, slider down and in, right? If you're a pitcher, that'd be a good pitch for Johnson right here.
Let's see where they set up. You're a genius, you know that?
I wouldn't go that far.
As they all say, it's so much easier from up here, isn't it? 1-2 here on the O-Dog. Trying to come through, make it a little bit closer here with Hundley at second base. Good job, hold up.
Call me crazy, but is it just me, or does it look like Orlando is maybe off the plate just a little bit more than his first time up? I don't know. I could be wrong, but it just seems like he's a little bit more off the plate than the first time up when he got froze on that inside fastball.
Foul play. That back foot, though, with that left-hand batter's box, the chalk line pretty much obliterated.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why don't they re-chalk that like they drag the infield every 3 innings? Just re-chalk the back line.
Yeah, Mark, that's the first thing that Orlando Hudson does on his first at bat. He takes that back line and just takes his cleat and just knocks it out of the way and eliminates that back line.
And he gets a hold of one, and that's going to sink in. A base hit. Heading toward the plate now is Hundley. He'll get there. A 3-run inning in the third, and it's 5-3 Marlins.
Got a fastball, outer third, a 2-2 fastball, and Orlando does a fine job. Boy, what a big key. Following off that one fastball on the inside part of the plate. 2 outs, crack of the bat. Nick Hundley comes around to score, and just like that, the Padres trail by 2.
Big 2-out hits and a visit on the mound as Johnson, who looked so good in that second inning, kind of falling on some hard times here, especially with 2 away.
And once again, Orlando Hudson taking advantage of a mistake. Candlesticks are nice. Make a good gift. Hey, and they're fired up in the sombreros. They got the lucky sombreros. How you doing? Hey, Mark Sweeney, did you see anything on that Orlando Hudson at bat?
Yeah, exactly what you said, Mark, too. Fouling off that tough pitch in, that fastball in, and then driving this baseball on a mistake. When you get to hit, foul off his pitch, you can work off that and then get a mistake late. That was a nice knock by Orlando Hudson.
So here is Maben. And that one inside. Maben had himself a week in a series in Miami last year. He was 9 for 15 in the series at Florida.
Oh, he was a man possessed, wasn't he?
5 runs batted in, a .467 clip against his former team. And bounced one foul at home plate. Where he kind of established himself a little bit in the series. And again, the Padres won all 7 of the games between the two teams.
And not only swinging the hot bat with the average, but also stealing 6 bases. You talked about a young man who was locked in. Yeah, hard to hold back the smiles.
Made a couple of nice defensive plays, if I'm not mistaken, in that series as well. There goes Hudson. And the throw down will skip past Infante. So a stolen base for Hudson. That is his 2nd of the season.
Pretty good ball to handle for Brett Hayes. Short hops Infante. And we've seen the 2-out hit in this inning. Back-to-back 2-out hits. Hey, keep it going.
Well, 3 in a row would sound nice.
Hey. If it's free, give me 3.
One and 2 the count. Hudson gets himself in a scoring position with that stolen bag.
But before tonight, Hayes was 3 for 3 in throwing out base runners.
Even count at 2 and 2. Good job to lay off that.
Yes, sir.
Tantalizing curveball, but in the dirt, and it's full. Well, they sense this moment.
Might see a breaking ball here.
Got the fastball.
Yep.
And was on it, but fouled it back.
Mark Sweeney thinking right field here.
Well, you got to think the big part of the field, because he's really got to hit off the fastball, because he has a plus velocity on his fastball, but he also has that slider. So big part of the field, right center area.
Yeah, let's see if he keeps the ball away again here.
In the dirt, ball 4. So the inning will continue. Jason Bartlett will be the 8th man to come to the plate. Second walk for Josh Johnson.
Well, we talked about the keys of the game, right?
Yep.
Extend the streak. 2 games in a row, off day, coming back to the yard today and start chipping away, and the Padres are doing just that.
Buddy Black looking on as his team is doing just that, and a chance to get it even closer here with Bartlett. Down 5-3. Slider on that particular pitch there, and it's no balls and 1 strike. This would be a big AB here for Jason Bartlett. Get that confidence going again.
Yeah, the majority of the pitches from Johnson this inning have been down and away, right? Slap something down that right field line. Yep, look at it. Then he goes right back inside with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
That's a tough pitch.
Okay, slider away, first pitch, swung and missed, right? Fastball in. Now you got to really do a good job of protecting
too far in that time. Trying to go to that well once again. An imposing figure out there on that mound. 6'7" is Josh Johnson. Long stride. It's even, 2-2.
That's a workload for anybody. 30 pitches in this inning without a blow. That'll take a lot out of you.
Pretty much half his pitches in this game are in this one inning. Total at 61. Yep. Bartlett has worked it full. And again, just like in that previous at bat, where the previous inning, that is in the first inning, a gapper could get both of these runs home. Good speed on the base paths. Big pitch coming up right here. Check. And it's ball 4. So now they're loaded.
Now it was a 3-2 slider. Does Jason Bartlett go? I thought he went.
It was close. I vote no. That'll push Hudson to third, maybe to second. Bartlett to first. And here's Anthony Bass. I did mention he hasn't had a base hit in his big league career yet, right?
That's right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that out there. He was hacking for it right there on the slider, nothing in one.
Just play little pepper, put the ball in play. Big hole at the center of the diamond. Playing shallow in right field is Stanton.
Goes right back to the slider.
And he'll probably throw another one right here.
Dan Jennings, left-hander, warming up for the Marlins.
Slider with a little bit more tilt down and away. Bass ain't biting on that one.
No. Not even with his Bass-O-Matic.
Johnson throwing a little chum out there on the outside corner, hoping that Bass will bite.
Duck on every pond. 1-2 pitch. Right field, base hit. And the ball rolls all the way to the wall. Everybody's going to score. Bass is heading toward third. He is getting held at third. 3 runs are in. And the Padres, with one mighty swing, have taken the lead. First big league hit, and runs batted in for Anthony Bass.
Hey, you never know until you put that bait out in the water, right? He fishes after that one. That was a fastball. I was surprised that he went with the fastball after throwing him a lot of sliders. That ball checks up on Stanton, and everybody is off to the races. Anthony Bass gets the stop sign about 2/3 of the way to third base. Well, congratulations to Anthony Bass. That's a great way to get your first major league hit.
So Anthony Bass will chase Josh Johnson from this ballgame. 6 runs in his third inning. And a new pitcher coming in for the Miami Marlins. Anthony Bass has staked the Padres to a 6-5 lead. Run triple. His first big league hit, and runs batted in, and his team is now up 6-5 and a chance to make it more with Venable at the plate against the new Marlins pitcher. Josh Johnson just cannot believe what happened there. Dan Jennings coming in. One ball, one strike now on Venable. Will Venable, if I'm not mistaken, his first big league hit was also a triple for the San Diego Padres.
Are you going to buy a lottery ticket after this game?
I might do that. 2-1.
Well, for the people who don't know Mark Sweeney.
Yeah. You can tell, Mark.
Yeah, guys, the best part of that whole scenario is that they changed pitchers. Anthony Bass got to relax over it and catch his win. That is a real tough thing if you're not used to that.
And now 3-1.
And Andy Mazer, before the game for Pick the Stick, chose Anthony Bass for his guy.
Why wouldn't he?
Exactly right.
It's a no-brainer.
Hey,
it's a no-brainer.
He was overdue the way I looked at it. Told you there's actually no science that goes into that at all. There's ball 4.
Hey, time to add on.
Yeah, it's only a 6-pointer there, Sweeney.
Wow. That's like a home run in cricket. You got 6 points in one swing.
I'm happy for you. Real happy for you.
I appreciate that. Josh Johnson not real happy. Neither is Ozzie Guillen. And the Padres have batted around here in this third inning. And the second time that Will Venable has walked. So first and third with 2 away.
Mark Sweeney, you talk about a club battling. I mean, at bats. This has just been unbelievable in this third inning.
And that's exactly what I see too, Mark. Battling and getting after it. That's the most important thing. These guys are putting on at bats. They're putting in the work. And now they're seeing that those clutch hits come. That comes with confidence as well.
Yonder Alonso hoping that things continue, and he gets a chance here. We'll look on as Kotze will watch a throw go to first base. But that really is the one thing. I know we talk about this a lot, but with Buddy Black, I mean, he does not let a team rest no matter what's going on.
Nope.
Kotze will grab on to second. And Fonte up with it, and a throw on to first is in time, but not before the San Diego Padres strike for 6 runs in his third inning, highlighted by a 3-run triple by Anthony Bass. That's right, his first big league hit pays dividends. 6-5 Padres after 3.
probably thinks that is a pretty good deal. Wendell from the High Life of the Miller Lite commercial fam. We're hanging out with some great Navy member sailors from Submarine Squadron 11 in Wendell. What do you think of that inning? Was it the High Life?
Yeah, this is the High Life right here. It doesn't get any better than this. I got some active duty guys up here. They're eating hot dogs. They're drinking High Life. Look at these seats. They are having a good time. And so this is what the High Life is all about.
Yeah, I was about to say, whenever the Padres bring out the military, this is something they do. You've never been here before, but they honor the military. What do you think about that?
I tell you what, the world can learn a lot from you guys down here in San Diego about how to treat our troops and how to treat our veterans. You know, we're doing a program right now, Welcome Vets Back to the High Life, where 10 cents from each bottle cap and pool can tab goes towards giving vets a piece of the High Life and then welcome them back to the High Life. And that's what you're seeing right now. They're at events like this, at a Padres game, NASCAR, concerts. We want them to come back and know that we got their back and that they can come here and have a great time with their families.
We get to live the High Life with you, Wendell. Appreciate the time. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much.
And thanks to the veterans and the sailors from Submarine Squadron 11, guys from the USS Nimitz here as well. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, look at my people. They're having a good time. That's it.
We're living the High Life, guys. Back to you.
All right, Layla, thank you. Wendell, thank you.
He's the best.
He's awesome.
I would love to hang out with that guy at a ball game.
So Dan Jennings batted for himself here in the 9th spot, rolled out for the first out, and the batter is Jose Reyes. Showed bunt, takes a strike.
All right, now it's time for Anthony Bass to put these Marlins away. Go right after them. It's time for him to throw up a 0 in the top of the 4th. The pitch count 67. He can be efficient with some pitches here in the middle innings. How quickly it can change. Eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're looking after that first inning with a 5 spot up for the Marlins. Talking about chipping away. This was the fish that didn't get away in that 3rd inning.
Yes, he did.
2-2.
Now let's see if Anthony Bass can make the adjustment of throwing that good quality ball that we talked about in the pregame show, where it has the illusion to the hitter like it's going to be a strike.
Bounce to first and foul.
That was even a good pitch there. Not much you can do with it, but fouled off down the first base line.
So Jose Reyes is 1 for 2 in this game, has scored a run. Still seems strange to see him in a Marlins jersey, not a New York Mets jersey. And he lines a single to right. Could be extra bases with his speed. He's going to try for second. Venable up throwing, and it's going to be late. So a legged out double for Reyes here with 1 out. And immediately the tying run goes into scoring position.
Yeah, I think Reyes was looking double. As soon as that ball was struck, he could see Will Venable in right field. The ball was hit in between the line and Will Venable as soon as it struck. Oh, yeah, he's turning the gear. Never breaks stride. Now the race is on. Will did everything he could. Nice one-hop throw to Jason Bartlett.
So here is Bonifacio. With a speedy man at second base. Good pitch on the outside corner. Mark Sweeney still down at field level for us. And, you know, how important is it now for Bass to put up a 0, especially after you get the 6 runs to take the lead?
Well, like I mentioned last time, you know, running out a triple, that makes it very difficult just to catch your breath, get your legs underneath you. Anthony Bass needs to put up a 0 here for the Padres to feel good about it.
Bounce to short. It's going to advance the run over to third base. And Bonifacio thrown out. So Reyes at third base now with 2 away.
You know, Mark, you make a good point because as a pitcher, you know, you're not used to running out triples, right? Those legs get very heavy, very heavy. You're huffing and puffing. It takes a little bit extra time to, as you mentioned, get those legs under you again and make good quality pitches.
Well, Mark, like you talked about with Josh Johnson throwing over 30 pitches in one inning, that takes a lot out of you. Just like running the bases, you're not used to that. Some people might say, well, you know, they're in shape. It's just catching your breath and understanding what you have to do to go back and gain your composure on the mound.
And the dirt to Ramirez. Ramirez got the Marlins on the board in that first inning with a line drive, laser beam home run just over the pitch count scoreboard and left. 3-run shot. 2-0. Get the sense too, even with first base open here and a left-hand batter on deck, that you might rather take your chances with Dobbs.
Well, remember, the changeup's been a great pitch for Anthony Bass lately.
Call there, 2-1.
And that changeup is a nice pitch to a left-handed hitter like Dobbs, who waits on deck.
Dobbs, at one point, a very preeminent pinch hitter in the league with the Phillies, among other teams. And they're going to get Anthony Bass for a balk. It's going to tie the game. Third base umpire, Fielding Culbreth, was the one that looked as though he made that call.
Well, Anthony elects to go from the windup with the runner. Let's check it out. He puts his foot on the rubber. He's getting set. I think he was still getting set. He did have a little bit of movement there.
Yeah.
Did you see? But I don't think he was starting his. I think he was just still getting set.
So the balk has tied it. And Ramirez takes strike 3 call. The double and then the balk tie the game. Marlins get a run here in the 4th to the bottom. It's 6-6. Ball game, the second of the 2 home runs in the first inning off of Anthony Bass. Giancarlo Stanton with a 2-run shot. Then the Padres started to chip away with Chase Headley doubling down the line in left. Some trouble out there for Dobbs. Utley followed with an RBI double. Orlando Hudson, RBI single to center field. The big blow, though, was off the bat of Anthony Bass. His first big league hit is a triple that scores 3. And then, unfortunately, in the top of the 4th inning, he balks home the tying run, and we're tied at 6 here in the bottom of the 4th. Here is Headley switching around to hit right-handed for the first time here against Jennings.
Well, here's the balk. Watch this foot right here of Anthony Bass. He starts it back that way, but before that, watch Reyes. He kind of takes off towards home plate, baits him a little bit. He starts his delivery and then steps off. Once he starts back with that left foot, you have to complete your delivery.
And a broken bat, foul ball out of play.
He started back with that foot. See, he has to, if he wants to step off, he's got to step up with his right foot, which is in contact with the rubber. And you know what? Quite frankly, Reyes, he did a great job of baiting him over there at third base.
Well, it's been an interesting night here for Anthony Bass. A couple of wild pitches and a balk. And a 3-run triple for his first big league hit. 1-2 the count here on Headley. That bounced in. So Anthony Bass experiencing some of the highs and some of the lows in this ball game here today.
That's why you just got to keep battling, right? Erase it from the hard drive, go after the next inning. And you know what? We have a cuteness sighting. Very, very cute.
And on cue, she looked at you. Ball loose in the Marlins bullpen. That'll be Ramirez, and he'll throw out Chase Headley for out number 1. Well, this MLB on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Clubs of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Looking in again from the park at the park on this beautiful diamond known as Petco Park. Folks enjoying a Friday night. Seeing some offense here tonight. Alonso takes ball 1. Shutouts were the story the last 2 games, and not so much tonight. Foul tip held.
I just love the way that the Padres put together some great at-bats in that 3rd inning. Not only the hits, but also the walks. I mean, my goodness, 2 out, double, single, walk, walk, triple, walk.
It's amazing. Patience and just smart at bats. There's Chad Gaudin, former Padre.
Yeah. Former Yankee, former A.
He twirled a gem for the Padres in Seattle during interleague play that year he was with the Padres. There's a base hit down the right field line and toward the corner. That could be extra bases for Alonso. It will be. Heading to second base, he'll stand with a double.
Hey, Mark Sweeney, Yonder Alonso doing a good job of being aggressive here and pulling that pitch. It was on the inside corner.
Yeah, much better job with his lower half, using his legs to drive the baseball through the zone. Earlier in the season, he had a tough time. He wasn't using his legs good enough, and he got back to the basics. Nice job at hitting right there by Yonder Alonso.
I tell you what, he spun on that pitch, and that pitch was well on the inside part of the plate. Good sign.
8th double of the year. And Ozzie Guillen is coming out of the dugout. He's got that slow walk, and now the motion to the bullpen. So we'll see the former Padre Gaudin coming in to replace Jennings here with 1 out and a Padre runner at second base. We have a tie ball game here. 6 runs for each ball club. From the Minnesota Twins on Wednesday night as a no-hitter thrown in the majors.
Jared Weaver had everything going, and here's the final out. Warning track. He can't believe it. You know what, though? I can believe it because he's got no-hit stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He's got deception in his delivery. He throws across his body. I'll tell you what, the people up in Anaheim are familiar with some no-hitters, huh? We talk about Nolan Ryan through the years, pitching for the Angels. Well, Jared Weaver in the books. Part of baseball history, throwing a no-no.
So Godin will come in and face Nick Hundley. Only Audrey with the run batted in here. A chance to drive in the go-ahead run. Big swing.
Hey, look, it's Chad Godin.
It is.
Well, he's bounced around quite a bit, but big league uniform for Chad. Fastball slider change. High 80s, low 90s.
Got the call in the corner.
He's been around. Suitcase Simpson. Remember Suitcase Simpson back in the day? Tampa Bay, Toronto, Oakland, Chicago Cubs, San Diego, New York Yankees, Oakland again, Yankees again, Washington Nationals, and now a Miami Marlin.
He's modeled several uniforms. And he gets Hundley swinging. See, it's a drop third, and Hundley will run to first base.
You know, the umpire
never did he?
Never signaled anything, did he?
Now a discussion ensuing.
Because usually they'll signal safe if the ball hits the ground.
Well, they're going to call Hundley out.
You know, good thinking by Nick. I mean, why not, right? That ball was caught cleanly.
That's why.
Ball never hit the dirt. The glove hits the dirt after Hayes catches it. But that ball was caught cleanly.
Buddy Black, who unfortunately saw this on the wrong end in the 2005 playoffs when Nazagian was managing the Chicago White Sox. The A.J. Pierzynski dropped third strike that maybe it wasn't that turned that series around.
You talk about just turning things around for a ball club. You're absolutely right. Angels, White Sox.
A lot of indecision on that night. So now 2 away. And it'll be up to Hudson, who drove in a run his last time up.
I don't know whether Nick maybe hurt.
I guess when in doubt, run, right?
Sure, why not?
That's certainly what A.J. Pierzynski did that night. Evens the count there. So Alonso standing at second base. That is the go-ahead run in this 6-6 game here in the fourth. Chase the changeup. And now the O-Dog behind in the count. Alonso doubled with 1 out. His 8th double of the year. Godin, the 3rd Marlins pitcher. And a swing and a miss. And that'll do it for the Padres here in the 4th inning. They waste the double as Hudson strikes out swinging to end things here. 6-6 going to the 5th. Sycuan Casino. Get away for the day at the all-new Sycuan Casino, San Diego's destination for casino gaming and excitement. By Chase. Deposit checks from your smartphone with Chase Quick Deposit. Take a step forward and chase what matters. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealer. Fifth inning and a 6-6 ball game. Beautiful look at San Diego Bay heading in toward Petco Park.
Beautiful, isn't it?
That is a postcard right there.
You know what that reminds me of, seriously? Pittsburgh.
It does.
From across the river.
I thought for a moment we were in Pittsburgh.
Obviously, Petco Park.
Much better.
Much better. And better city all the way around. But it just gave me that illusion of looking across the Roberto Clemente Bridge into PNC Park.
At the old confluence of the three rivers.
So Anthony Bass working as if it's 0-0. The only difference is he's at pitch number 80 that was just thrown.
There you see the breakdowns. Many more strikes as of late than early. Dobbs tardy on that one, 1-2.
Have you noticed something about Anthony Bass within the last maybe 2+ innings, Andy?
All changeups.
Yeah, he's throwing a lot more changeups. And that's a good sign. That tells me that rather than trying to grip that baseball and throw it through a brick wall, he's taking a little bit off and disrupting the timing of these Marlins hitters.
Just inside.
And, you know, and Mark Sweeney would be able to elaborate on this, but, you know, as a hitter, you know, a pitcher that's in trouble, Mark, there's a big difference between pitchers that try to throw it through a wall and change up on you.
Yeah, and you also want to eliminate the pitches that are not working tonight as well to try to make it easier on yourself and also constantly working off that fastball.
Like you said, they eliminate pitches. You don't have, those are pitches you don't even have to think about because he's not going to throw them.
You know, Mark Sweeney and I have had discussions. That's what's great about having Mark Sweeney around. I mean, I've learned so much about hitting. But, you know, he always talks about Barry Bonds and how, Mark, remember you told me he used to just eliminate pitches from pitchers' repertoires.
Rolled out to short. It'll be Bartlett to throw out Dobbs.
And he would, Mark, and you know, that's a great point. Because what he would do, even if he wasn't playing, he'd sit up and watch the games, watch game tapes, and try to eliminate pitches that were borderline pitches or something they didn't even feel comfortable about.
And I remember you also made the point to where if in fact it was one of the pitches that he did eliminate and the pitcher threw for a strike, you know what you do? You tip your helmet to the kid and you say, hey, okay, you got me.
So here's Infante. Tough play for Venable, so Hudson will take that one for out number 2. Time now for our answer to our AT&T trivia question. The question was, what's the Padres' record for consecutive shutout games pitched? And the answer is 4. Back in 1984, MLB record is 5, and it's been done 3 times, but 4 the answer for the Padres. July 28th through 31, and the year the Padres went to the World Series back in 1984.
Trying to think of that rotation. Druvecki, Thurman, Lawler, Hawkins, Eric Chow.
Eric Chow, yeah. It was the next year that they got Lamar Hoyt. And that was a little trade that involved the manager in the third base dugout right now, Ozzie Guillen.
That's right. He was a Las Vegas Star. Ozzie Guillen was property of those Padres. And then he went to the South Side as a pale hose.
Made a nice living there as a manager and a player. So Stanton at the plate. And the count is 1-2 on Giancarlo Stanton. Six game here in the 5th inning.
He's not even biting on that slider.
And from all the reports of the new Marlins ballpark, we'll get to see it later on this year, that it's much more friendly to the pitchers than it is the hitters. This guy, though, can reach seats in pretty much any ballpark you put him in. We saw that in the 1st inning today. Full count now.
Hey, the nice thing about that new ballpark in Miami is that the roof, right? Yep. You know you're going to play.
Absolutely.
Because how many times do we go down there, Andy, and 4:30 comes around, or even during the game, you get a shower, you have to stop the game. Put the tarp on.
Gets him looking. Strike 3 called, and a 1-2-3 inning for the first time tonight for Anthony Bass of the San Diego Padres. To the bottom of the 5th inning, 6-6 our score. And at the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be Cameron Maybin, Jason Bartlett, and the pitcher spot due up here against Chagodan. We have had a lot of action in this game, and we're halfway through right now. And Maybin will take a strike. Maybin with a walk and a run scored in that 6-run third. Now 1-1. That's low, 2-1. Dan firing a strike, 2-2. A little pom-poms they brought?
I think so. They're cheering for the team.
Cheering on the Padres. All right. Nicely done. Fly ball to right. Stanton coming, and he's going to run out of room. Set down to the field, and Mark Sweeney with a little breakdown on Cameron Maybin.
You know what, guys, we always talk about the head movement and limiting your head movement, but also using your legs. Watch Cameron Maybin. His head goes forward. He loses his legs on the left side. And now watch this. He's controlling his head, gets his foot down, and uses his lower half to drive the baseball. He's doing a much better job. He's also slowing the pitches down, too. And that enables you to stay off that tough slider, but also be able to use your hands in the right way and use your lower half.
Nice job, Mark. I don't see how hitters do it.
Roll to second there for Infante.
You know,
down number 1.
it just amazes me how you don't know what's coming. You don't know which way the ball's going to break, and then you got to square it up and put it in place safely.
Oh, Mark, there's so many aspects that you have to work on, and it comes from time doing your routine early in the day, going off the batting tee, using soft toss, and then getting to batting practice. But then the game aspect of it and having your plan has to go into effect.
First pitch strike to Bartlett. I mean, whoever invented that, round ball, round bat. Have fun with that, right?
Yeah, at least the guys in cricket, their bats are flat, right?
Exactly.
Cheaters.
Sharp foul into the seats. It's one of the guys toward the bottom of the order that I'm sure Buddy Black and his staff would love to see just get going. Important guy batting in the 8th spot. Swing and a miss for strike 3. 2 away. As we promised you a little bit earlier, time to take a look at our Miller moments. And it was a 2-out magic in that Padres 6-run 3rd inning. And Anthony Bass highlighted it with a bases clearing triple for his first big league hit, and first 3 runs batted in.
Everybody battling that inning, everybody contributing.
And speaking of Mr. Bass, he'll bat again. I was looking at this note from the Padres that according to the Elias Sports Bureau, Bass is the first Padres player to ever have a bases clearing triple for his first big league hit.
Oh,
how about that?
They find out everything, don't they?
Absolutely do. Bass puts another one in play, deep in the hole. That's going to be a tough play. He's safe. A 2-hit day for Anthony Bass.
Hopper, left side.
Bader. Hey, I told you, every once in a while the blind squirrel finds the acorn, and I took care of it.
Andy.
Yeah.
You amaze me.
Unbelievable.
You shouldn't be amazed. It was a total lucky thing.
Hey, Mazer, I want you to write down 6 numbers here.
Yeah, if you don't go out and grab the lottery ticket, I don't know what is going on.
I hear you.
Hey, Andy?
Yeah.
Nice tie.
Hey. Picked it out myself, can you tell?
Yeah, he beat me to it, sweet dog.
Thanks, guys. Again, the jealousy just rearing its ugly head. The tie is green, the jealousy is all green. You're all green with envy. It's okay. I can deal with it. Tomorrow I'll probably get a -8. That's okay. And a swing and a foul there by Maven.
Hey, the good thing here is that there's 2 outs, and the Padres showed some 2-out life that one inning when they scored the 6 runs. That was in the 3rd inning. And this is one of those games where if they do score this game and Anthony Bass continues to go out there and pitch the way he's rebounded, you talk about a game where a pitcher just stuck with his game plan and just battled and battled. Heads up, hockey suit.
Into center. Bass will stop at second base. That ball came very, very close to Chad Gaudin again.
Oh, my goodness. See that ball? Tremendous spin on it. Slicing away from Gaudin.
We had that one that came back up the box in the Marlins series. I think it was Sean Burnett was on the mound, and that was not even as close as that one. So Gaudin looking back toward the outfield, kind of shaking her head saying, oh, that was close. And here's Kotsay. Padres tonight 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Kotsay singled in the first and is 1 for 3 in the game. Evens the count there, 1-1. Kotsay getting his 2nd straight start. Buddy Black will do that. He likes to go with a hot bat first of all.
Sure.
And he wants to get those guys that are going to come up and swing maybe once a game to get 4 at-bats in a game. See some different pitches. Bounce it back up the middle. Base hit. Bass rounding 3rd. Coming up, throwing on 1 bounce. Late. Bass slides in safely, and the Padres are back in front, 7-6. Well, Bonifacio came up throwing, but it was late, just by an eyelash.
What the 2-out knock is going on here tonight? First of all, Kotsay going up the gut, and what a great athletic slide by Bass towards the foul side of home plate, getting that left foot in the back corner. That is, everything Anthony Bass is doing tonight. Rebounding on the mound, swinging the bat, and sliding, showing some great athleticism. What a great night in the big leagues for the kid.
And Headley will foul the next one at the plate.
You like apples?
Love apples.
6 of the 7 runs scored tonight with 2 outs for the San Diego Padres. How do you like them apples?
Love them. Making it apple pie, it's even better.
It's unbelievable.
You're right. Headley hits one in the air. Not going to carry. And making the grab out there is Dobbs, and the inning is over. But the Padres get a run. Bass with his second base hit, and now scores his first big league run. 7-6 Padres after 5. Seven-6 is the Padres lead as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Anthony Bass going to the mound for the start of his 6th inning. Of course, Bass in the starting rotation with Tim Stauffer and Dustin Mosley both on the disabled list, but Tim Stauffer working his way back and made another rehab start for Tucson against Sacramento. You see the numbers: 5 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, and 1 strikeout. Good thing is 70 pitches, and that gets him back, pretty close to where he needs to be.
Absolutely. That's the
foul down the left field line.
That's what I was going to talk about, the 70 pitches, getting that arm strength back up. And no walks means that he's been around the plate, making good quality pitches. So good for Tim Stauffer.
And with the news surrounding Corey Lupe kind of up in the air right now, it's certainly good to be able to plug Tim Stauffer back into that starting rotation. So Bass definitely battling. And a broken bat, reason for the slight delay here for Sanchez.
We mentioned last time out for Anthony Bass, 90 pitches in 8 innings of work. That was the 92nd pitch for Anthony as he starts the 6th inning. Could be his last.
Foul out of play. When was the last time you saw a pitcher with that big dirt spot on his right hamstring? Because he's been on the bases and been sliding around and really getting into it. As Thayer and Thatcher loosen up behind Bass. Look at that. He played tonight.
And as we mentioned before, that takes a lot out of you.
Yeah. Just got a piece of it and rolled foul. That's a good look, though. I mean, that he's into the game. And you mentioned that athletic slide, too. I mean, he's
great slide.
He's just a good athlete.
You know, quite frankly, I'm glad he slid feet first and not head first. It's a great way to break a finger, a wrist,
absolutely,
bang up a shoulder.
Sanchez fouls one up right around this area, a little bit to our right, and count still no balls and 2 strikes as Bass working on close to 100 pitches here. We mentioned a pitch count over 90 and now at 95. Another broken bat on the foul. So Sanchez is on his 3rd bat. That is 5 broken bats here tonight. And 5 foul balls.
Price of wood is skyrocketing as we speak. You know, some of these bats I just don't understand. We see hitters hit a ball in the sweet spot and the bat shatters.
Breaks. I mean, that tells you that these guys are so strong that they're putting such torque on that bat and swinging so hard. Another foul. 6 in a row. Cinco de Mayo, a little music out there in the stands to get everybody a little rowdy tonight. Would like to have made it out to that party today.
That would have been fun. Good 0-2 pitch. Looked like it was a changeup from Bass.
Into left. And Kotze will make the grab. And that's the first out for the Marlins here in the 6th inning. Folks, Fox Saturday Baseball returns this week when Justin Upton and the Diamondbacks try to keep pace in the NL West when they head to Queens to take on David Wright and a Mets team looking to maintain their hot start. Fox Saturday Baseball returning this week at 12:30 Pacific time. So 1 out. As you see there, the next one will be number 100. Catcher Brett Hayes at the plate. And rolls it to 3rd. Easy play there for Headley. And that's 2 away. We can watch the Padres take on the Miami Marlins tomorrow, 5:35. First 25,000 fans are going to take home that great Swinging Friar t-shirt. It's presented by Cox. Make sure you get your tickets early, and you can save for this or any Padres game at Padres.com or call 619-795-5555. I noticed they took the shirt away from you and put it on somebody that can model it a lot better than you.
That's Krista, one of the Fox Sports girls, and Brittany.
No offense to you, of course.
Saw them today at the Star Pal luncheon. Sports Teaching and Recreation Police Athletic League,
nice.
raising money for kids in San Diego to keep them off the streets, and the law enforcement here in San Diego very involved with that. It was a great luncheon. A lot of the Padres came out. Josh Spence, Joe Thatcher to help out. Celebrity waiting. Celebrity waiters.
Nice.
A lot of fun.
It's always good. These guys are very involved in the community. Padres pride themselves on that. So Godin batting for himself. And Bass puts him away. Another 1-2-3 inning. They go back to back. 1-2-3 to the Padres. We are going to the bottom of inning number 6. And that's strikeout by Anthony Bass. 7-6 Padres.
leading Miami by a score of 7-6. Yonder Alonso up to bat, and he is just one of 6 Padres who got to visit Camp Pendleton on their day off, which was yesterday. In fact, the Padres got to do things like go to the artillery range. You see Andy Perino, Anthony Bass. They were just some of the guys who got to go. Also, Will Venable, Chris DeNorfia, Nick Hundley all had lunch with Marines out at Camp Pendleton, so they had a good time. And we're giving back because the Padres are the team of the military as they take some time on their day off. Let's send it back upstairs. Andy Mazer, Mark Grant.
Layla, thank you very much. As you mentioned, Alonso now at the plate, a count of 1-1. This guy is on some kind of a tear as well. He is 11 for his last 28, hitting .393 over that span, and the batting average has gone up 66 points.
Hey, hopefully other Padre hitters can follow suit. We definitely have seen some offense and some good at-bats with the walks. But my point, with the way that the Padres are pitching recently, hey, seems like a good formula.
It certainly does. We saw when we came back that Anthony Bass had that little chat with manager Bud Black, the one that says, "Great job battling, kid. Let's see if we can get it to the bullpen and get you a win." And Alonso again, he's locked in. That's headed to the wall. Rounding first, on his way to second, he's got another double. Yonder Alonso is 3 for 4 tonight. But he's using the whole field too.
He most certainly is, and if you're going to pitch Alonso away, you better make darn sure that you get the pitch down. That pitch is elevated, hits it squarely, just the sound of the ball off that bat. And with each hit for Yonder Alonso, yeah, the smiles come, but the confidence rises as well. 9th double for Yonder. Where did he hit it? He hit it over Yonder.
That was bad.
I'll admit it.
Is it the cricket sound?
I'll admit it when it's bad. More times than not, it is.
Hey, you got to put it out there. It's a test market, you know.
That's right.
You got to put it out there. See how people respond.
How about Nick Hundley putting it out to the right side to advance that runner? You see what Chad Godin's trying to do? Sinkers down and in to keep the ball in front of the runner right here. See, that's where Godin wants him to hit the ball, to keep the runner at second base.
Hundley's driven in a run tonight. Takes a slider for a strike, and it's 2-1. There have been now 13 runs combined between the two teams and 17 hits. And Godin taking a little too much time at the plate. Go to the right side and foul that time. 2-2. Anthony Bass talking to the veteran Jeff Suppan there. Suppan saying, "Hey, listen, kid, you didn't have your best stuff maybe, but you battled and look where you are."
I think once again, you know, Anthony Bass made great strides his last start, going 8 innings. Did not walk a batter, striking out 8. And I think he made great strides tonight. Also, giving up the 5 runs in the first inning, not giving up the 5, but battling and sticking with his game plan and adjusting it a little bit, going to the off-speed pitches and keeping his team in the game. It's not just great outings, 8 innings, 8 punch-outs that make a pitcher grow, right?
Very true. Foul again. I think that Buddy Black and Darren Balsley also, you don't want to, this is going to sound really strange to say, but a guy that has success after success and doesn't taste any type of failure never knows how to deal with it.
How to deal with adversity. You're absolutely right. How are you going to get out of those jams, right? You're going to dig deep and try to go to your 3rd pitch, and maybe that's the one that's going to click for you that night?
Yeah, that's what did tonight. A lot of that changeup. 3-2 again. In the air to right. Stanton has a big arm. And Alonso is going to test it. Here comes the throw, and it is right on the bag, and it is in time.
I was surprised he went.
I thought it was going to be a bluff, to be honest with you.
You mentioned it, Andy. Giancarlo Stanton has a great arm. One hop. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect strike. I thought it was going to be a bluff as well.
So the double play, 9-5. As Stanton shows off that cannon in right. And here is Hudson with 2 outs. Too far in on that one. Hudson drove in a big run in that 3rd inning when the Padres poured on 6 and chased Josh Johnson out of this game after just 2 2/3. Padres hanging on by a run here, 7-6 in the 6th. And roll to second base. And underhand flip there by Infante, and that is the Padres' 6th inning. No runs on the 1 hit, nobody left. After 6, Padres 7, Marlins 6.
Anthony Bass, I've told you once, I'll tell you 1,000 times, pitchers are clearly the best athletes on the field.
Right,
Anthony Bass.
and Anthony Bass is tonight. Bases clearing triple. Outstanding job, but he wasn't done. Gets a nice single right here to just add to it. And then he ends up scoring on Mark Kotze's big 2-out single. And watch this slide. This is amazing. Taking a peek and just sneaking his foot right in there. Nice job by Anthony Bass.
Pitchers,
hitting tonight.
Athletes. Pitchers, athletes. Coming up in a post-game show, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Also, how well he was able to stay in the game and battle and pitch, and Buddy Black's press conference. All that more coming up in the post-game show. Mr. Mazur, your choice of pick the stick, amazing.
Andy knows as well as I do, guys, that pitchers are the best athletes on the field. So the pick did not surprise me one bit.
It surprised me.
Nice going, Andy.
And I made the pick. Sirius Luke Gregerson coming in. Padres bullpen at an ERA of 2.56 overall, and it will be charged with holding a 1-run lead.
Yeah, opponents only hitting .209. A .209 average off the bullpen for the Padres. That is second in the National League. Now that's some kind of nice.
Jose Reyes at the plate, and now the count evens. So 104 pitches for Anthony Bass in his 6-inning stint. Reyes, as you see there, double, single, a couple of runs in. A couple runs scored, that is. Got away from Hundley, 2-1. There you see the Reds bullpen, opponent's batting average just at 200.
Hey, once again, if the starter can go 6-7 innings, shortens the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have the lead, it's quite the formula for the Padres.
Marlins on that list too at 225. Into center. And Maben will make that catch. And that's out number one.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to go back to was the Padres going out and visiting at Camp Pendleton. You know, I know we drive through there quite a bit, you know, going up to Los Angeles and past North County, but what a great experience for the Padres, and just to give them an idea of what
out here
the Marines do on a daily basis. And, you know, you drive through and you see the choppers, and you see all that land up there.
That's them.
I just think it's a great experience. I would love to do that someday.
I would too. Team of the military.
That's awesome.
And I know those Marines really appreciate the time. And it's a great sight to see them out here on Sundays up in the right field upper deck on Military Appreciation Day. And folks in between the top and the bottom of that fourth inning get up and clap along with the Marine Corps hymn there. And Buddy Black comes out of the dugout like he's there, right? And looks up there as well and claps and salutes. Facio looking like he wanted a slug bunt right there, but he'll take it.
Buddy's managing every game like it's the seventh game of the World Series, isn't it?
He is.
He's intense, man.
Fun loving before the game and after the game. But intense as they come when that game is going on. There's a strike from Gregerson, 2-1. Bonifacio. Been out a couple of times with that single and a walk. Marlins scored 5 in the first. Padres answered with 6 in the third. The teams have traded single runs in the fourth and the fifth. And the Padres have the 7-6 lead as Gregerson has fallen behind. You talk about a guy that gets the most out of his players. And there's ball 4. Time now for the Home Depot doing more on defense. And for that, we check back with Cameron Maben and this little gem in the first inning.
Hey, you never know. That could turn into something big for the Marlins, right? Cameron Maben laying out. Doing the old tuck and roll. Nicely done, Cameron Maben.
He's saved some of his best defensive work for the Marlins. Flipped her over to check on Bonifacio, as we mentioned at the beginning, and the #1 stolen base guy in the National League at 12. The Marlins came in as the #1 running team in the big leagues. They have stolen a base tonight. Now they have 29 in 33 attempts. Important to keep that man at first base. Our throwing right-hander Andrew Cashner getting loose to the bullpen.
Good slider. That's the Luke Gregerson slider that we know and love.
As you mentioned, when it's on, it's among the best in Major League Baseball. Another throw. I don't mind seeing a ton of throws over there to keep him at first base.
No.
Just keep going.
Let's see if Luke counters with a slide step slider. There's a huge hole on that right side. That ain't going to do it.
Doesn't quite have the distance on that one. Kotsay will get underneath that one and make the catch. Bob Uecker was just here, so you know he may as well steal some more lines from him. 2 away. Greg Dobbs will bat. Seen a little bit of everything in this game here today. A couple of home runs by the Marlins in the first. Young pitcher trying to gut his way through a performance and to help himself out with a bases clearing triple for his first big league hit.
You know what else I'm glad about? Anthony Bass. How about that balk in the fourth inning? He right after that, you know, the run scores. 2 quick outs.
Yep.
Bonifacio and Ramirez. And I'm not talking bottom of the order type guys.
No.
That's showing me something there.
So Dobbs 0 for 3, that is. And now Bonifacio with a bluff move and then goes, and no one there to cover. Safe. That was a very awkward looking stolen base. He kind of looked as though he was going to bluff. He kind of shuffled the feet and then went.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Almost like a delay.
Yeah.
And you can see that Jason Bartlett, it was a delay. Because look at Jason Bartlett. He wasn't really and I'm not saying it's his fault by any means, but he was on the shortstop side of second base. He wasn't there actually waiting for the throw, kind of like going to the bag to get the throw. Hey, the secondary lead, shuffle, shuffle, ball gets to the hitting area, bang. That's when you take off and go.
13th steal for Bonifacio. And now Gregerson will step off.
I think that's one of the most underrated plays that a team could put on. You have to have the right combination, the right formula, the right runner. But if you can utilize that delayed steal, I think it's a great weapon to have.
Up to the left-hand batter at the plate, too.
And the Padres did that quite a bit last year.
Venable did a lot of that. And there's a bouncing ball base hit to right. Venable will come up throwing toward the plate. Here comes Bonifacio. He'll tie the game. Heading to second and getting in under the tag is Dobbs. It's a 7-7 game.
He found that hole perfectly on the right side. Just out of the reach of Alonso. Just out of the reach of Hudson. And then Will Venable knows the situation. Come up throwing. And Dobbs, did you see Dobbs? As soon as that ball was thrown, especially the body language of Will Venable coming up throwing like he was, he didn't even break stride, taking second on the throw.
We're going to get a double switch here as Andy Perino will head into the ball game. We'll get a new pitcher in here as well, as Gregerson has given up a run here in the 7th inning. The single by Greg Dobbs to that right side to score Bonifacio to tie this game, as Buddy Black will make his way to the mound and take the baseball from Luke Gregerson. We'll sort out the double switch. Fans, that Sunday, May 6th, Padres are taking on the Miami Marlins. It'll be a 1:05 first pitch. Get to the ballpark early. Enjoy a special pregame ceremony as part of Military Spouse Appreciation Day, presented by Tri-West. Don't wait. Get those tickets right now at Padres.com or call this number 619-795-5555. As we mentioned, double switch. Andy Perino will come in to play second base, put him in the number 9 spot of the batting order. And the new pitcher is the hard-throwing right-hander by the name of Andrew Cashner. He is in the number 6 spot in Buddy Black's batting order.
Well, back to tie baseball and a brand new ball game and a chance for Andrew Cashner to possibly get a victory. You see the numbers a little high on the walks, obviously 9 walks in 12 plus innings of work. There's 1 out to get here in the 7th for the 8th inning guy.
It'd be fitting for Cashner to get the win. He's been the Phil Regan of this team. And
yes, he is the
Phil
Vulture.
Regan was nicknamed the Vulture for taking all those wins away from starters.
Take him when you can get him.
Absolutely right. It doesn't matter whose record it goes on as long as the team gets a W. So Dobbs is at second. And the batter Infante will take a strike.
And right out of the gate, the four-wheeler is throwing 99.
And I know we've said this a couple of times, but it just doesn't even look like he's throwing the ball hard at all.
Effortless.
Another fastball duplicating at 99. Former Padre Ryan Webb warming up in the bullpen for the Miami Marlins. Bouncer in the hole in the left field, being waved now as Dobbs coming up throwing his Katse toward the plate on 1 bounce and is going to be late. Safe at home is Dobbs, and now the Marlins lead at 8-7.
No, I thought that Nick Cunley did a nice job of blocking home plate with his left foot. It was a good throw from Mark Katse. Everybody's off and running. Joe Espada, the third base coach, winding him home. And watch the foot. Left foot in front of home plate. Does he catch home plate? It was close.
Oh, I'm not so sure.
Very close.
I don't think
his front foot hit home plate. I think his back foot did, but by the time his back foot hit, I think Nick may have applied the tag. Tough to tell.
That front foot seemed to bounce as he was sliding in. Swing and a miss by Stanton. But it was a good setup there by Hundley. Let's take another look. That front foot bounced short of home plate.
Bounces up. He applies the tag, and his back foot then touches home plate.
Oh, and 2 now on Stanton.
I thought he was out.
I thought so too. Adrian Johnson made a definitive call at home plate. And a decisive call. Take one more look at it here.
Okay, foot planted. Front foot goes up. Tag. Out.
He's out. That was a great view.
He got. Nick did a great job there, concentrating on the throw, the 1 hop, blocking home plate, and then staying tough in there.
Outside. Of course, that run is, both runs are charged to Gregerson. So 2/3 of an inning for Luke with a couple of runs.
Hey, nice throw by Mark Katse as well. Let's not forget about that. The former closer from Cal State Fullerton firing a 1-hop strike to the plate. Nicely done.
Evens the count with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. These are the kind of matchups you just love to watch. Power against power.
Yep.
And you hope that your power is a little more powerful than their power. Put that on a bumper sticker. Full count.
First base open. Might see a slider here.
Just thinking the same thing with Sanchez on deck.
You know what, though? I would go, if you can get it out there, the fastball knee high right on the outside corner.
Yeah, he missed 99.
So first and second now with 2 away. Marlins have scored twice here in this 7th inning to retake the lead at 8-7. Think 8 runs will win this ballgame?
No.
I don't either.
No, I think there's going to be maybe not a handful, but I don't think 8 runs will win this game.
Guarantee they're saying that in the first base dugout when this inning comes to an end. They'll say 8's not enough. Apologies to Dick Van Patten.
You beat me to it.
Sorry. Foul on a play. It was a great show. Man, the crowd oohing and ahhing over that 100-mile-an-hour heater. Second one we've seen.
Andrew Cashner needs to keep Gabby Sanchez quiet. 0 for 3 tonight with a strikeout. She's going home happy. Good for her.
Late swing. Probably because it was another 100-mile-an-hour fastball. I mean, do the math. 60 feet 6 inches. Ball coming at 100 miles an hour. It's like blink and swing. If you blink too long, you're not going to be able to hit it.
And then there's Chapman, right? Aroldis Chapman, who throws what?
105. And get one here, yeah. Against Tony Gwynn at the plate. The 105.3 fastball. Just fouled on the third base line. We'll do it again.
Should be a radio station. 105.3 the Heat.
Aroldis Chapman spinning the hits. I'll tell you, when you see those triple digits, though, that's imposing enough. When you go 100, 105, what's 5 miles an hour between friends, right? Master trying to end it right here. 1-2. Another century mark heater. First and second for the Marlins. They have 2 runs in and have taken the lead here in the 7th inning, 8-7. Popped up foul.
89-mile-an-hour changeup.
So he'll go back into the dugout and see Jeff Suppan, who was living at 87 with his fastball the other night and getting guys out. And that's his changeup.
Yeah, by the way, he did a great job.
Yes, he did.
I'm so happy to see that for Jeff.
Well, different ways to get guys out. Scored a good pitch right there.
You know, back in the day, remember Nolan Ryan? He would throw on, 103? As you take a look, defensive swing here down and away. Now, that was the old gun.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan throwing 102, 103. On today's gun, that'd be like 106.
Yep. And that was also easy gas. McClellan on time at home plate.
9:44 p.m.
At the tone. Popped him up. Headley into foul ground. He's got it. And that is the inning. But the Marlins score a couple of times. And a controversial play at the plate with Dobbs sliding in, called safe. 8-7 Marlins to the bottom of the 7th. Not only doing it on the mound as he gets the congratulations, but doing it at the plate with his first big league hit. It's a triple that cleared the bases, and for good measure, he singled the next time up and came around to score. So Anthony Bass doing a little bit of everything as he gets the congratulations from his manager, Buddy Black. But unfortunately, the Marlins have come back to take the lead here. Now 8-7 in the 7th inning. Ryan Webb has come on to pitch. It's a double switch. Webb is going to bat in the place of Gabby Sanchez. That's the 7th spot in the batting order. We have a new left fielder, Brian Peterson. And the former left fielder, Greg Dobbs, has moved from left over to first base. And the batter is Cameron Maybin. Against the former Padre right-hander, Ryan Webb. These two guys are traded for each other. So Ryan in the clubhouse today went over to say hello to Heath Bell and to Edward Mujica. And Webb said, yeah, you know, it's been going okay. He said he's kind of that kind of guy that he'll tell you the truth is what's going on. He's had a couple of good outings. He's had a couple of not so good outings.
Well, he's got that power sinker, we remember, and the velocity mid-90s. Slider and a changeup from Webb. Great movement.
And it's 1-2. There was a time where the Padres tried to get him to change his delivery a little bit, to get more, as you like to say, on top of the baseball,
right.
And he kind of resisted for a little bit, figuring that the delivery he had got him to the big leagues.
Right.
Evens the count there, 2-2.
And you watch a kid like Ryan Webb pitch. As you take a look at the big right-hander coming right at you, and you look at his stuff and the way it moves. How does he ever get hit?
Yeah, you're right.
Know?
Full count.
That's a 95-mile-an-hour two-seam sinker. I would say he's a pitcher that falls into the category, Andy, that throws a heavy ball.
Yeah.
Right?
Like trying to lift a bowling ball. Full count here on Maybin. And he got him swinging. So 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, if you're hitting the road, you can certainly take Fox Sports San Diego's coverage of the Padres with you this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today. You can see every Padres out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Padres.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. Padres down a run. And Jason Bartlett at the plate. Takes a slider for a strike. Bartlett 0 for 2, did walk and score a run in the 3rd inning. Facing Ryan Webb. And I think that actually hit the bat. Tried to check.
See the movement on that ball? It's like a wiffle ball.
Yeah. Dancing around. Choke, left-hander.
Take a look at the action on this pitch. He goes off the glove and then off the shin guard of the umpire, huh?
Yeah. It was called a strike, and Buddy Black is wondering the same thing. I thought that hit the bat at first, but it didn't hit the bat. That pitch was way inside. I'm not exactly sure how that was called a strike. Now they're going to get together. Adrian Johnson and the first base umpire, who's the crew chief, Gary Cedarstrom. I was kind of fooled by that, too.
I don't think that
didn't hit him. That did not hit the bat, unless they're saying it was a swing, but there was no appeal made. So they'll gather, find out what each other saw. But at first glance and at first sound, I actually thought that sound of the ball hitting off the catcher's glove was the ball hitting off the bat. Buddy Black not happy with the result of that decision, which he thinks is a poor decision.
Let's take a look. Okay. Ball definitely does not hit the bat. And he says foul ball with the arm action right up, foul ball, right?
Yeah.
Not even close.
Bad break right there.
Wow.
One and two. And that means that all the other three guys didn't see it either.
Right. I mean, it's clear from the center field angle. That ball wasn't even close to the barrel of the bat. Well, make it hurt right here. How about a ground ball to the center fielder?
And strike three. So 2 outs, both on strikeouts. And Andy Perino bats for the first time.
Slider down and away after 2 seamers in. You see Jason Bartlett way out in front. All arms on that swing.
Black kind of discussing with Bartlett what that call was. Perino grounds it past the diving Ramirez. With a good recovery by Reyes, but not in time. Beating out that play is Andy Perino at first base. Infield single. And brings it back to the top of the order here in the 7th inning.
No, the Padres have the Marlins right where they want them.
Absolutely.
2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Great hustle just out of the reach of Hanley Ramirez. And how close is it? Oh, yeah, he beats it. Looks like Gabby Sanchez. Maybe his foot came off the bag as well. What do you think, Andy? Kind of tough to tell there. But he is safe. Good call by Gary Cederstrom.
So Webb will depart. And with the left-hander Venable due up, Ozzie Guillen will get the left-hander Choate. Here in the 7th, Padres down a run.
San Diego, bottom of the 7th, and time to let you know you can meet the Fox Sports San Diego girls, Brittany and Krista. Update your status and follow them online as they keep you posted on what's happening in San Diego sports. It's easy. Like them on Facebook, follow them on Twitter. Your all-access pass is just a click away. Andy?
Thanks, Mud. Kristen Orfia will bat as a pinch hitter. 2 for 4 on the year as a pinch hitter. Choate will throw to first base.
You know, considering that play, it was a nice play by Reyes going to his right in the hole there. Nice stretch by Dobbs. Greg Dobbs over at first base to try to make it close. As you take a look at the numbers from Randy Choate. Limited time for the left-hander. Hey!
And it gets away back to the screen. And Perino will take second.
The ball looks like it hit right in front of home plate. You know, there's black on the sides that we talked about, right? Pitch on the black. Well, in front also, that little piece of black. That ball hopped right up. Looks like it may have gotten a part of the glove also of Hayes.
So the wild pitch will get the tying run into scoring position. And Chris Denorfia ahead in the count against Choate. Not close. Well, we made mention of this, that the Padres lead the National League with a .390 batting average in the pinch hitting role. As mentioned, Denorfia has 2 of those hits. Look at that list. That's even more impressive. 11 runs batted in. Marcotte has 4 of those. Jesus Guzman has 4 of those. Rockies up next at 10. Braves, Brewers, and Nationals round out that top 5 of the National League. .3-0 pitch gets away, and scooting to third will be Perino. It's a walk, and now the tying run is 90 feet from home plate, and Randy Choate may just hand deliver the Padres the tying run. You never know.
Oh, this pitch, as you take a look, Hayes was set up away. The ball leaks inside. It looks like a catchable ball.
Yeah, I thought so too at second glance. So now a little concern from Ozzie Guillen looking out from the third base dugout.
Hopefully they can box up another one and tie this score. Have they scored that yet?
I would think after that angle we saw, that's a pass ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a catchable ball.
So now it's Kotsay. He'll take a strike. A generous call. You see Perino at third. That's the tying run. Oh, the breaking ball.
Yeah, back-to-back breaking balls, trying to keep it away. That was a good pitch for Mark Kotsay to do something with, because it ended up right down the heart of the plate. But Choate gives you that angle where he comes right at your back hip pocket on that right side of Mark Kotsay. So you really have to concentrate, keep that front side locked in. Taking another breaking ball away, don't you think?
Slow roller to the right side. Will be fielded there by Dobbs, and he'll take it to the bag himself, and that is the Padres' 7th. No runs, and 2 men left after 7. 8-7 Marlins. As Mark Kotsay delivering, and Anthony Bass doing it on the mound and at the plate. But then Greg Dobbs singled to right field, and that put the Marlins up. They added on. Actually, that tied the game, and now the Marlins take the lead on that little controversial slide at home plate. Called safe. Looked from the different angles that we saw it, as though, in fact, the runner was out. But inconsequential at this point, as Padres find themselves down a run, and the Rally Caps are out here at Petco Park. Joe Thatcher will come on, and he will be the new pitcher. He'll replace Andrew Kashner. And also staying in the ball game after a pinch hit performance will be Chris Denorfia. He'll take over in right field.
Well, righties off Joe Thatcher, 154. Lefties, 250. Last time out for Joe was on the 30th. That's back on Monday, so he's had a rest.
That roundhouse type delivery results in ball one. There's a good strike, and it's even 1-1. Bays 0 for 3 in the game, catching tonight. A little up on that one, 2-1. Nice crowd on hand here tonight. 29,201 have joined us here at the ballpark on a Friday night, celebrating Cinco de Mayo a day early. Just fouled on the third base line. So that count will even out, 2-2.
Weird game.
Yeah, it really never got a good flow going, did it? I mean, it just kind of the wind was taken out of the sails in that first inning with a 5-run first for the Marlins, but then everybody got back into it with that 6-run third. The Padres came back, tied up, took the lead again, but have since surrendered it. Great pitch there by Thatcher, one away.
You pick the uniforms, now pick your game. Friday, May 18th, your Padres will wear their brown and gold 1978 uniforms against the Angels. Get to the park early and enjoy a 70s themed pregame party presented by Verizon Wireless. Party starts at 5, first pitch 7:05. Get tickets for all 3 retro nights with the Padres Retro Mini Plan at Padres.com or get on the horn. Call 619-795-5555. I'm looking for a I'm going to wear a toupee that night with a mullet. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be rocking the mullet.
You going all Billy Ray Cyrus?
Yeah, 70s, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was not the 70s.
No, but 70s retro night?
70s retro night, yeah. Thinking bell bottoms maybe would be in order, like a jean jacket.
Go look for a nice plaid blazer somewhere.
Back up the middle. And Bartlett will throw and just get Peterson batting for the first time. Well, coming up, game 2 of the series tomorrow. Former White Sox Mark Buehrle against former White Sox Clayton Richard. Both were teammates for a brief moment. They'll battle it out tomorrow. Coverage starting at 4:30 on Fox Sports San Diego. Marlins and the Padres starting with Padres Live.
I remember talking to Clayton Richard about why he worked so quickly, and he got that from Mark Buehrle.
Yes, he did.
Picking up the pace when he was property of the White Sox.
And a bunt by Reyes. Thatcher recovers and throws to first, and it popped out of the glove. And they're going to call him out. He was running onto the baseline, I believe. They're going to call Reyes out. And Ozzie Guillen is heading toward the first base umpire. He's actually heading toward Adrian Johnson first to discuss it.
Oh, yeah, he's way in the grass. Out of the runner's box. Nice call.
Good call indeed. Going to the bottom of the 8th, 8-7 Marlins. Baseball brought to you by Petco, where the healthy pets go. By the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. And by Arrowhead Brand, sourced only from carefully selected Mountain Springs. Born better. (8-7) Marlins as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Chase Headley will lead off against the lefty Randy Choate. The lefty Randy Choate. Headley tonight with an RBI double.
Well, home plate umpire Adrian Johnson makes a good call here. Reyes on the grass, out of the throwing lane. The ball hits him in the elbow, right? Well, the idea on the base paths at first base, there are 2 lines. It's called the running lane. The runner has to stay in that lane. Right there. See those 2 lines? As I
make a third line, now a fourth
not
line.
An architect, but he needs to stay inside that because he was out here and the ball hit him. Therefore, Adrian Johnson made the right call.
Picked up there by Reyes, and he'll throw it Headley.
There it is, and that's a perfect spot. See his foot there? Well, he needs to be in that line there. And because the ball hit him here, he's out.
You got me seeing double.
Oh, yeah. Double vision, 400, 1978. 6.
Okay. I think that's on Jose Reyes' iPad or iPod.
Yeah.
Doubtful. Here's Yonder Alonso. He's had himself a night. 3 for 4. Couple of doubles. Big wave and a miss at that slider. It broke about 2 feet.
Yeah. Way out of the zone.
Went right back to it.
Yep. Why not, right? Just bring it out a little farther off of the plate. He went right back to it.
Thinking a third?
Why not?
Okay.
Right? Yep.
2 away.
Pulling off of it and off the plate just a little bit.
So here's Nick Hundley. Down in the bullpen on the right field line. Heath Bell is standing on top of that mound. There you see the former Padre closer who's had all sorts of struggles with the Miami Marlins. Fielded there by Reyes. He'll throw it Hundley. We will head to the top of the 9th inning. Marlins 8, Padres 7. 8-7 in favor of the Marlins as you take a look at Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn, that great statue out there in right center field in the park of the park, and what a great look that is.
Best win in all of baseball. Dale Thayer trying to nail it down, especially in this ninth inning, to hold the Marlins at 8. We talk about pitchers holding. They're getting a hold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's, well, it is when they're winning a game, but you got to hold them to 8 runs here. Huge inning for Dale Thayer. Sinker slider, firm fastball, low 90s. At times you can get up to mid 90s, 94, 95.
Jabbed at the butt and missed. Bonifacio trying to get out any way he can. He's been on 3 times, stole a base, scored a couple of runs. Could not pull the trigger on that slider. Even. Recognize that number?
Yeah, and you know what? Seriously, I mean, you know what happened this past week. 55 to me, San Diego. That's Junior Seau. To me, that's
absolutely
nice pitch.
Got him looking. So 1 away.
Good slider. And nice frame job by Nick Hundley.
So Hanley Ramirez will come up.
A third of the way there, holding these Marlins at 8.
Good call on that 55. Walk around the ballpark earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Still a lot of folks coming to the game here.
Paying tribute to a great one.
With the Junior Seau jerseys on. There's a couple of big ones on the big screen too in between innings. And there you see it. And foul ball at the plate. It's one of those surreal type moments, and it's hard to even fathom.
This ball does catch barrel? Yep, you betcha.
Look from over the left shoulder of Buddy Black out toward the mound. Broken bat up the middle. Nice job there by Bartlett.
Boy, he can scoot, huh?
Yes. Yes, he can. So 2 outs in the top of the 9th.
No room for error for Bartlett. There was a little bit of a double pump there in the glove. Gets him by maybe a quarter step. Very close.
So as we look ahead to the bottom of the Padres' 9th inning, it'll be the pitcher's spot. Then Maben and Bartlett against Heath Bell. So here's Dobbs at the foul of the screen. For his Dobbs with that RBI single that tied the game in the 7th. Right to the shortstop, Jason Bartlett. Will backhand it and make the catch. And that is it for the Marlins in the top of the 9th inning. It'll be Heath Bell coming in to face his former team here in the 9th. Padres down a run, 8-7. Success in his career with the Padres, 135 saves and a 2.53 earned run average for Heath Bell. He used to come running out of that bullpen. You felt very, very good about your team's chances to win the game. But things have not gone all that well for him this year.
According to Heath Bell, he is healthy. That's one thing that you should be concerned about if you see numbers like this. The high ERA, the walks, 8 walks in 7 2/3 innings pitched. The strikeouts are down. The walks are up. It's a matter of location. We talked about it in the pregame show. The fastball is up. Hitters are laying off the curveball. Curveball just rolling up there at times. They're capitalizing on that. And there was a mechanical flaw as well that Randy St. Clair, the pitching coach of the Marlins, and Heath Bell talked about that. I'll tell you a little bit about that after this first pitch.
Way outside.
Heath Bell has a tendency to sometimes break down on that back leg, and that will lower his body and kind of push the baseball. He's got a short stride, a very short stride. He needs to stay tall on that back leg and work downhill.
And it's 2-0.
Still throws the hard fastball. Still has that power curveball. Just a matter of locating it.
Another fastball.
If you take a look at the delivery, look how short the stride is. From there to there, I mean, that's very, very short.
Good swing.
In fact, to give you an idea, the last 5 appearances for Heath Bell, 3 2/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 5 walks, and only 2 strikeouts. That's very un-Heath Bell-like.
Very much. And an 18 ERA on the road in 5 games. 0-2. With authority into right field, slicing away from Stanton, and that ball's going to be fair in the corner. Jesus Guzman has done it again in the pinch.
How about those pinch hitters?
Tying run immediately in scoring position against Heath Bell.
That is doing a great job when you're in the hole and you get a high fastball, you take it the other way. That ball is elevated right across the Padres on the chest, and Jesus Guzman flirts with the right field line, a runner in scoring position with nobody out.
Guzman is now 5 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year. Sixth double for Guzman. And Azaguian is probably thinking, I've seen this movie and it don't end nice. Pardon the grammar, but quoting a song line there.
I got you.
So here is Maybin. Takes the curve. That's the pitch that we talked about. That's the pitch he used to be able to throw for a first pitch strike.
You know, Maybin showing bunt here. That's the perfect pitch to lay off. I mean, that high curveball right there, that could spell trouble if you're going to try to bunt. Trying to draw on the third baseman, handling Ramirez.
So we mentioned, been a tough year for Heath Bell. Blowing the first one at home. And in his old stomping grounds at Citi Field, that couldn't have felt too good. And in Cincinnati, at the Great American Ballpark. So 3 blown saves in those 6 chances for Heath Bell. Again, they're expecting bunt.
Good job recognizing that pitch, pulling back. Hey, putting the pressure on the Marlins and Heath Bell. You know, sometimes when a hitter squares around a bunt, you know, the pitcher, it kind of breaks their concentration a little bit.
But the key here is to draw in Hanley Ramirez at third base. You want that bunt down the third base line. If you bunt it hard down the first base line, he's got a chance to retreat and get that lead runner. Oh, get down.
We'll get out of play. So now a decision for Buddy Black.
You know, Cameron couldn't get that top hand, the bat, on top of the baseball. And a pitch that was up.
So now Ramirez will back up. See what Buddy Black wants to do here. Oh! Base hit right field. Extra bases. Tying run's going to come in. Guzman around third on his way to the plate. Maben digs for second and slides in with a double. Another blown save for Heath Bell, and it's 8-8 here in the ninth. And the Padres have action to win this game with the winning run in scoring position.
You talk about placing a ball perfectly off the bat. After Cameron Maben could not put down the bunt to get the runner over, hey, why not just swing away and bring him around to score? And we are tied up at 8. Wow, I tell you what, we say it all the time, Andy. This Padre team, they're going down fighting. They're going down swinging. Not going down yet, though.
And Bartlett tries to bunt and fouls it away. That right there, the 6th double for the Padres tonight. And Ozzie Guillen,
he's beside himself. He just can't believe what he's seeing.
See another gray hair in that goatee. Cannot be liking what he's seeing. Good block by Hayes on that pitch.
You know, with the inconsistency of the breaking ball, Heath Bell, he might be a little reluctant to throw that pitch. I mean, think about it. Look at this one. This one nearly goes, he has a chance to maybe go back to the screen. A nice block by Brett Hayes. Or, and you don't, if you're consistently bouncing a breaking ball, it might get in your head also, you know what, I can't bounce this one. Then you hang it. And then you find yourself in big time trouble.
Wants it in the air. It's going to land in fair territory and is going to get the job done. No style points on the sacrifice bunt. And now the winning run can come in on an out.
I thought at first when this ball was up in the air that Hayes was going to get a chance to get it, but Jason Bartlett gets the job done. What a wild pitch, pass ball, sac fly. Maben off second base ball. I got to hold my ground a little bit. He realized that ball's going to drop. He takes off. And now, looks like Ozzie Guillen's probably going to load up the bases here. And the outfield coming in big time along with the infield as well. Will you load them up here or do you just walk one guy?
You know, they'll probably walk maybe one to set up at least the opportunity for double play, I would think. I mean, if you load them up, just thinking out loud here.
You got Kotsay
talking a little baseball. Also, with the wildness that Heath Bell has shown, a walk would bring in the winning run.
Yeah.
But kind of surprising that they're not going after the youngster. And they'll pass him to get to the north.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we'll see how the strategy turns out. As the Padres have the winning run 90 feet from home plate with one away, and the batter, Chris Denorfia. The Padres have tied it on the double by Maben after the lead pinch double by Jesus Guzman. Well, Denorfia has been clutch as a Padre.
Outfield being brought in. Shallow. We'll just get one to the outfield. Even in one of the gaps, the range is cut down.
And Denorfia will take a strike.
And the middle infielders halfway. As you mentioned, Andy, go for that double play on a grounder. Huge hole on the right side. Right here. Punch something through that way would be nice. Or the old ground ball to the center fielder.
That works. Padres with the advantage with that good speed at third base. And Denorfia squared to bunt. Maven was not breaking. More of a safety type squeeze.
Buddy's like, hey, come on, we want you to hit.
Absolutely. That's a universal sign.
Yeah.
Now the Marlins have the infield coming all the way in. There goes Perino and a tapper up the third base line. It'll be a foul ball. So this particular defense usually helps the offensive team, I would think, because it opens up some angles.
Yeah, it cuts down the range. There's the breaking ball. Denorfia trying to pull that baseball. Now finds himself in the hole at 1 and 2.
Well, the defense will back up once again. They'll play about even with their bags. The man that would like to get up there to get a chance, although he'd be very happy if Chris Denorfia ended it right here. Close pitch to take.
Remember, we mentioned it also that recently Heath Bell has not thrown that breaking ball for strikes, right? So Denorfia recognizes it out of his hand. He's laying off of it.
It goes back to what Mark Sweeney was saying before about eliminating a pitch.
That's right.
There it goes down the right field line. It is going to be foul, and just foul. Inches away from sending a big crowd home happy.
We did the right thing on the fastball. About a foot or so.
Yep, right on that bullpen mound.
Foot and a half.
Missed it by that much. There's Maven at third, the winning run. And again, Heath will check on both the runners.
Let's take a peek in. Curveball.
And he went too far. And a foul tip actually called by Adrian Johnson. So a large second out for Heath Bell. And now it'll be up to Mark Kotsay.
Good tilt, good location on that one. And you called it, Andy. As soon as that ball was caught, home plate umpire Adrian Johnson signaling. You see him with his hand there. Foul tip, caught, held on for out number 2.
Rule game of baseball. A foot away from winning it, and then you strike out. Only out number 2. So Kotsay has a chance once again. This time is called by Brett Hayes. 8-8 in the bottom of the ninth. The Padres have rallied to score a run to tie it. There you see the career. Only 3 at bats against Bell. Kotsay certainly been getting it done in the pinch. Had a winner against the Nationals.
You know what he's been doing? He's been squaring up fastballs. I know we've talked about that quite a bit. Mark Sweeney especially talking about how you cannot get beat on a fastball. Well, Mark Kotsay has beaten other teams by hitting the fastball. And it's interesting because the first pitch here to Kotsay was a first pitch curveball for a strike.
Up and in, and Perino will take second base.
Hey, that takes away the short way, right?
Certainly.
And a ground ball up the middle.
I've never understood why teams allow that to happen.
I don't either. I totally agree with you. Now a ground ball that's either to the right or left, short or second baseman, they can't make that flip throw for the short out.
Checks. That was close, but low. 2-1.
Well, according to Fox Tracks, this curveball is a strike. Kind of Hayes bringing it out of the zone there.
So Kotsay ahead in the count. And the dirt, and a great block there by Hayes. Otherwise, Maben is crossing home plate, and this game's over.
Well, he did a nice job. Great job by Hayes moving to his right laterally. That ball's going to check back up. He was in the right position, did everything correctly to save the ball game.
Kotsay putting the hand up there to make sure that Maben doesn't try to score. And now they're just going to put Kotsay on. So it'll be up to Chase Headley. So that'll go in the books officially as an intentional walk.
And a lot of pitches this inning for Heath Bell. 28 pitches.
Padres have not had a walk-off win so far in the 2012 season.
You know what? I'd be taking a strike here. What do you think?
Absolutely. I might even take, well, I wouldn't take two, but I would certainly take the first. And as far as having a patient hitter at the plate, this would be a guy you'd look to.
And the reason why I say this is because the walks are up. The numbers prove that for Heath Bell. But then again, we've seen hitters go up there. Hey, you get that one fastball, and it's a cookie right in your wheelhouse. Hey, take a hack.
Bench coach Rick Renteria chatting it up with Buddy Black. Bases full of Padres, tied in the ninth inning at 8. And he did take a pitch, and it's outside. And again, that's the curve.
Yep. Wasn't even close.
Former teammates going at it. Now it's even.
That was the 30th pitch of the inning for Heath Bell.
Line foul. Back-to-back fastballs. You looking for the deuce right here?
Yeah. I'd say drop a deuce on him. Yep. Hayes better be on his toes if it's in the dirt.
Fastball again.
What are the chances of the count going 3-2 with Headley up there?
Pretty good.
But the rally Cavs need to rally Shillelagh right here.
Smash to second and fielded there by Infante. He'll throw on to first in time, and we're going to go to extra innings. Padres score a run in the ninth to tie it against their former closer Heath Bell. Will go to the 10th, tied at 8.
he had it as tough as anybody. Coming in right after Trevor, a community that's seen the best of all time or one of the best of all time. And what did he do? He just got the job done, and that's how you earn it. You earn it in this game, and that's the reason I feel like I'm still here, because I've been earning it, and that's the reason I'll continue to be here, because I'm going to continue to earn it.
So Houston Street will be on the mound now for the Padres, as Heath Bell gives up that run in the ninth inning to tie it. There you see Street, and also staying in the ball game out in left field will be Jesus Guzman. There you see Jesus.
And what we saw that last half inning with Heath Bell out of the mound, his pitches were up. You saw the Padre hitters, sure, they offered it a few of the curveballs, but the majority of the breaking balls were not thrown for strikes.
So Omar Infante will lead off here against Street. Marlins already playing their 5th extra inning game. They are 3-1. 1-1 on the road. The Padres playing in their 3rd extra inning game. They are 0-2 currently. Both of those games were played right here. So Street's first pitch missed the target. 1-0.
It looked like a pretty good pitch.
Gets the call there. 1-1. So not the typical type of extra inning game we have grown to be kind of accustomed to here at Petco Park. Usually they're 1-0 or 1-1 games, 2-1, 2-2 games.
Yep.
This one is tied at 8. And now Street ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss.
That's nasty.
Out number 1.
Just pecking away at that outside corner with fastballs and then flipping up a slider perfectly placed, and Infante way out in front of it. The man's a machine.
Steve Cishek is the right-hander warming up for the Marlins. Right in on the fist on that one. Logan Morrison has grabbed a bat. He is standing on deck. That is the pitcher spot in their batting order. 1-1. It's interesting, though, to look at, you see Morrison, that is. It's interesting to see the way some closers go about their business and what pitches they use to get guys out. Fouled out of play. Well, Mike Stanton at the plate. Hopefully history is not going to repeat itself, as he went deep left center field. Giancarlo. That right there was his 4th home run of the year. It was a 2-run homer. And after a 3-run bomb by Hanley Ramirez in that 5-run first. But the Padres, as they've done all year, have just kind of pecked away and came back with 6 in that 3rd inning. And a run to tie it in the bottom of the 9th off of Heath Bell. 2-2. But Street, that slider type of guy that will use that as his quote-unquote wipeout pitch.
And he's got great control of that pitch. I mean, there are pitchers out there who throw that type of pitch. They're just hoping to throw it near the strike zone. He'll pinpoint it with the best of them. There it is there.
Too short. Marlins staggered a bit on that one and throws him out. 2 away. So it's 8-8 here in the top of inning number 10, right around the major leagues. We'll take a look. Eric Hinske, 4 for 6, a double, a 2-run homer in the 11th as the Braves beat the Rockies 9-8. Wilson Ramos with a walk-off pinch hit RBI single. Nationals win over the Phillies 4-3 in 11. Steven Strasburg started that game. And Johnny Peralta with a walk-off 2-run homer in the Tigers' 5-4 win against the White Sox. So I'm sensing a theme here.
I was just thinking along the same lines. That was bottom of the 10th, walk-off piece here at Petco.
Kind of like that. I like the way that was going. So Logan Morrison will bat. This man is a good ball player, but he loves to tweet. He is all over Twitter. I don't exactly think that the Marlins organization is thrilled with a lot of things that he tweets.
Yeah, I got to be careful there, huh?
Street has fallen behind 2-0. That can get you in trouble every once in a while. I mean, your name's on it, but hey, the Marlins logo's on it, and so is Major League Baseball.
Sure.
You have to tweet with a disclaimer. He gets a strike. 2-1. Anthony Bass and Josh Johnson were the starters in this game. Bass lasted 6 innings, gutted out 6 innings. A short day at the office, or a short night at the office for Josh Johnson. 2 2/3. Chased when Anthony Bass cleared the bases with his first big league hit, a triple. Into left. Guzman coming on. And cannot make the play. Looked like did a fan hit his glove?
I don't know, but what in the Steve Bartman's going on? The ball was definitely, I think, in the fans.
It was in the stands.
It was in the stands, in the fans' reach.
Let's take another look.
Well, that's got Steve Bartman written all over it, doesn't it? That's just like it.
Yeah, it was.
Are you kidding me?
Same spot of the field, too.
Does that guy have Renegades across his chest on that shirt of his?
You know, it was the Marlins that hit the ball into the stands that night, too. In the dirt. Full count, 3-2 on Morrison. Ball forward. So a 2-out base runner. And the catcher Brett Hayes is due. We're going to get a pinch runner going in the game for Morrison. Donnie Murphy, an infielder, will head into the game and run. And now they're looking at Houston Street. I've seen the training staff has come out. Not sure if something happened on that last pitch. Buddy Black and the assistant trainer Paul Navarro out. Let's take a look.
Couldn't see anything there.
Oh, wow. He's coming out of the game. That is not what the Padres need. More injury news. As Street will walk off. We'll get a new pitcher coming in this 8-8 game in the top of the 10th. Be right back. of the bullpen. We'll take another look and see if you notice anything.
Well, I don't want to speculate, but all I can tell you is what I see. Now watch after this pitch. Watch Houston Street. Pitches, flips his arm a little bit, goes to his hat, and then watch his right arm again. Kind of flips it a little bit. Then he gets the ball back. Then watch. Pitchers will test their arm and flips it again, and then he'll kind of reach to the sky. There goes the shoulder again, up the hat, kind of stretching it a little bit. And once again, I can only tell you what I see, because pitchers have pulled groins before and done stuff to their knees. We're going to have to wait and see, obviously, what we hear from the Padres clubhouse. But and of course, stay tuned to the post-game show because we'll definitely have more information on that as Brad Brach will get as much time as needed so he can get hot. But anytime a pitcher leaves like that, it's not a good sign.
And injuries have just been so much on the forefront for the Padres, the news, and that cannot make those three gentlemen right there very happy. I mean, Stauffer working his way back. The news on Corey Luebke breaking today that they'll wait a couple of days before they decide on their next course of action with the left elbow. And of course, Dustin Mosley going down early in the year.
Boy, timing's everything, huh? When you look at clubs and the way it takes, takes a lot of. Sometimes it takes a lot of luck to win, and you look at teams that go on to the postseason and they don't have that many injuries to deal with. It's just bad luck.
So Brach, as Bud told you, will get all the time he needs to get loose here, as he is just back after the trade for the two infielder, or the infielder and the pitcher from the Angels, with Ernesto Frieri going to Anaheim. So there was a roster spot open, and Brad Brach, who didn't think he was going to be on the opening day roster, was heading to Tucson, and the phone call came, and he was turning right around to come back when Tim Stauffer went on the disabled list.
It's kind of neat as Brach continues to throw. Is went into Buddy Black's office after the game the other day, and they've got a direct line, center field camera to the minor league ballparks, Elsinore, Tucson, and we saw Brad Brach throw the other night at Tucson after the Padre game, so he gets a first-hand look-see at the possible pitchers or players that they could possibly want to call up.
That's a relatively new phenomenon here too. I remember last year going through the channels on our TVs up here in the press box and seeing this crazy shot of a place I didn't recognize. And they have at Lake Elsinore, they have them in San Antonio, Fort Wayne, and also in Tucson. So Brach ready, and Brett Hayes will be the batter. 8-8, top 10, 2 away, runner at first. And a strike. So we'll wait for a report from the Padres clubhouse on Houston Street, having to depart here with injury in the 10th. As we look ahead to the bottom of the 10th, Yonder Alonso, Nick Hundley, and Jesus Guzman. They are the scheduled 3.
Sounds like a run.
Certainly does. Hit well into center. That'll back Maven up. He has room on the warning track to make the catch, and that is the 10th inning for the Miami Marlins. Yonder Alonso, as mentioned, will lead things off for the Padres in the 10th, tied at 8. All tied at 8. As you see a nice shot there. The great statue out there in right center field. Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn.
That never gets old.
Ever. Steve Cishek, new pitcher here for the Marlins. And again, the first man he's going to face is Yonder Alonso, who has had himself quite an evening.
Yeah, he's using the whole field, isn't he, Andy?
He certainly is. And it's good to see. As Alonso with a couple of doubles in successive at-bats to go along with a single in this game. And as we showed you there, one to right, one to left center. And he'll be the first man to come up here against Cishek. 3 for 5, raising that average a little higher.
Cishek, a 3-pitch pitcher, a fastball slider and a changeup, low to mid-90s. And he's got that funky delivery, low 3/4 arm angle. So he relies a lot on that sinking fastball to get a grounder.
Showing some stirrup there. He's got the little white sock
Yeah,
showing
like
there
it.
as well.
Yep.
Old school look.
It's the Ozzie Guillen look.
Inside with the first pitch. Remember last year when the Padres had Pat Neshek and Steve Cishek, if that would have just been a nightmare.
Yeah. A little fuzz on that, huh? 93.
And a check swing. It's 2-1.
We mentioned the repertoire of Cishek. Well, you can see he's showing the name and number on the back, keeping that front side closed. Low 3/4. Wow, you look at the torque on that elbow. My goodness, I got to ice my elbow after watching that.
It hurts. Big cut and miss.
Ball's right down the gut. A little bit of movement there. And Yonder cannot connect.
Rather lanky, 6'6", 215 pounds is Cishek. And chase the high one down on strikes. One out in the Padres' 10th. That'll bring up Nick Hundley.
First pitch of the at-bat was a slider, and then I believe he just went all sinkers, all high fastballs, and then that one was up and away.
Well, if I can channel a little positive energy down to the field
Please
right
do.
now. Nick Hundley, I'm trying to remember the year, I think it was 2008, when he hit a game-winning home run in the 14th inning against the Cincinnati Reds right here in this ballpark.
That sounds right.
I'm going to double check. Actually, it was 2009. It was May 16th in a game here against Cincinnati. It was the 16th inning. I knew it was deep into extra innings. Count evens, 1-1.
Well, let's keep an eye on Cishek if he keeps that fastball away from Hundley. Sliders away, fastballs away, give him right field. Stanton is way off the line. In right.
Late swing, rocket into the seats. So Cishek is up in the count.
And look at here's the line, the foul line. Look at how far out there Giancarlo Stanton is. I mean, if you drew a line straight from third base to second base, there's a lot of room down the right field line.
Got jammed on that one, fought it off. So Hundley will see another pitch. Jesus Guzman. Pinch hit, stayed in the game. He is on deck. Only tried to check, and he did. That was close.
Thank you.
Yeah. Barry Black with the tip of the cap right there saying, all right, another chance. Got him looking. So 2 strikeouts for Cishek. And Guzman up.
Great movement on this pitch. Low 3/4 coming at Nick Hundley from the right side and pounding that outside corner. That's nasty right there at 93.
So Guzman, of course, as you see there, 1 for 1 with a double. That came as a pinch batter in the 9th inning. And he scored the tying run. Checks on the slider taken for a strike. Again, I think I mentioned it, but I'll mention it again.
Sure.
Padres have not had a walk-off win this year.
Well, that's the pitch. That's the pitch that was crushable to end this game. And Guzman knew it. Watch his reaction after this pitch is taken. Oh, my gosh, I don't believe it.
That is not a tough one there.
Off the plate. Nice take, as they say.
Oh, just got under it.
He hung another one.
Catch made. Inning over. We'll go to the 11th. Still tied at 8. Playing in their longest game time-wise of the year. So Brad Brach will stay on the mound here. Came in to replace Houston Street in the 10th. And I'm sure Buddy Black will say, listen, kid, you got to bail us out here a little bit and eat up some innings.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good call, Andy. And hopefully it ends quickly for Padres in walk-off fashion.
So some discussion going on here before this inning actually gets underway. I'm not sure what Adrian Johnson is talking about. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is nobody playing first base. So Yonder Alonso will come out of the dugout and come to the rescue. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
For the guy laid out to his position?
Well,
or no
late.
First baseman?
Yeah, no first baseman. Kind of an interesting strategy.
Eddie Feigner, king in his court.
Exactly. That guy threw hard. Called a strike there. Brad Brach gets a hit. Brian Peterson at the plate. And a swing and a miss. And a swing and a miss there. Strike 3. So the first out. In this 11th inning, let's talk a little game summary here as Mark Kotsay came through for the Padres. But then that single to right field tied it, and Fonte actually put the Marlins up. But then the Padres came to the rescue against Heath Bell with Cameron Maybin delivering against his former ball club. That scored Jesus Guzman, and that is the reason we are still playing some baseball here tonight, tied at 8 in the 11th inning.
It was a great third inning for San Diego, and they had many opportunities after that. Even in the 5th inning. They've left 13 runners on base, 14 hits tonight for San Diego.
Again, looking over his bench. Reyes was showing bunt just to kind of mess with the delivery there of Brock. It's 2-0.
Well, you know what was frustrating, though? In the 9th, Chase Headley squared up that baseball, one hopper to the second baseman, Infante. For the final out, the bases were loaded.
3-1. The thing about Ozzie Guillen, too, managing as long as he did in the American League. I mean, these kind of games in the American League are a lot different than the National. You don't have to be pinch hitting for your pitcher all the time.
Exactly.
As Reyes, a dangerous man, walked, and he'll take over now at first base with 1 out.
So if you're looking at scorecard management for Ozzie Guillen and the Marlins, John Buck on the right side, Austin Kearns on the right side. No relation to Joanna Kearns. And for Buddy Black, Blake T. Cody from the left side, and John Baker from the left side.
These are the days you wish that Michael Owings was not on the disabled list, because this would be a game that you would certainly see him in, either on the mound or at the plate. So Reyes, the base runner at first. Bonifacio, the batter, 1 for 3. A little extra free baseball here tonight. Dave Roberts and Orlando Hudson going over some strategy.
Talking baseball.
I love talking baseball. It's the greatest sport going. So there was some disagreement for the positioning of the outfielders on that play. And he gets ahead, does Brock, against Emilio Bonifacio. It's fun to say, Bonifacio. Say it along with me. Bonifacio.
Bonifacio.
Yeah. There's Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck. And a pitch out, and they have Reyes hung up. Throw back to first, and they are going to tag him out.
Nice.
Padres guess right.
They smelled something. Hey, that's the coaches on the bench looking tendencies. Rick Renteria, Buddy Black, maybe one of the other coaches putting into thought, hey, maybe we should pitch out here, and it works perfectly. Nice job. That is a huge out, of course.
And now Brock ahead in the count with 2 outs and the base is empty. Buddy Black guessing right. Blocked there by Hundley. 2-2. Well, let's look ahead to the bottom of the 11th, shall we? Cameron Maybin will lead off against his former team. Jason Bartlett, then Andy Perino. Those are the scheduled 3. Late swing. And we stay at 2-2. Padres have simply owned the Miami Marlins, winning 13 of the last 15 in this series. And again, as we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, a 7-game sweep of the Marlins last year.
Yeah, they got to keep that going, huh?
Try to check. And it's full, 3-2.
So what do you think? Does he go?
Let's check it out.
Absolutely he does. No question.
So Brock will have to throw another pitch at least. And here it comes. Foul out of play. So Brad Brock, former closer, set some records at Lake Elsinore. And a pitcher that made Frieri expendable. Strike three call.
Thank you.
Got that outside corner.
Yeah, corner of 8th and J.
Absolutely right. So no damage done despite the walk, and Brock gets the call. We go to the 11th. Bottom, that is, tied at 8. Lead it off here for the Padres. Steve Cishek remaining in the game. It was Maben in the 9th that drove in the 8th run of the game for the Padres, and the reason that we're still here in the bottom of the 11th inning with a chance to win the ball game.
Well, if the right call was made at home plate, remember when Nick Hundley tagged out the runner?
Yep. You never think that those plays are going to be the one to decide a game, and you know maybe it won't in the long run here, but.
And once again, it was a very close play, and we have the luxury of replays, different angles.
Absolutely.
But to us, it clearly looked like he was out.
Greg Dobbs, I believe, was the man coming around the bases at that time. That was in the 7th inning. Strike call. Let's take another look at that play that we were talking about from earlier in this ball game.
Yeah, Nick is blocking home plate. His front foot pops up. He applies the tag, and then his back foot finally hits home plate. I got out.
I do too. 2-2. The thing about it, where Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, was positioned, he may not have in fact seen that leg bounced, because from where he was, it may have looked like it was on the plate.
Good point.
But as you mentioned, we get the benefit of a couple different looks and different angles. And now Maben's worked it full.
Well, she's about ready to check out, huh? She's got the heavy eyes working. Oh, there's a game? What?
Stick with us.
Got an exciting finish coming up. And you got to stay tuned for that post-game show. Pomeranz and Sweeney waiting.
Ball 4. So the winning run is out at first base. And how long do you think Maybin will be standing at first? Padres live post-game show coming up. And if this goes much further, it might be the Padres pregame show, post-game combined. So here's Bartlett. And they'll pay close attention to Maybin at first.
Thinking right along with you there, Andy.
Cameron leads the Padres with 8 stolen bases.
Well, let's see if the Marlins pitch out at some point.
Another throw over. Maybin didn't really give an indication whether or not he was thinking about second base or not. Here's to the stealing percentage, 8 out of 9.
You know, usually Cameron gets out to that cutout.
Not running, and a bunt. Picked up there by the pitcher, and the sacrifice is successful. So 1-4 on that sacrifice. Nice job there by Bartlett. And he gets the man into scoring position.
Perfectly executed. As soon as that ball hits the grass, Maybin is off and running.
So here's Perino, and again with first base open, he was intentionally passed in the 9th.
They'll do it again.
And they will do it again. And again, passing on the young guy to get to a veteran hitter, Chris Denorfia. That was almost a wild one. And the old agony of defeat there for Denorfia on that at bat in the 9th inning when he just missed hitting a ball fair down the right field line.
See, Denorfia is all the way over the dugout talking to Phil Plantier. A little nugget of information.
So there's ball 3. And now Denorfia get closer to home plate here. And he'll have runners on at first and second with 1 away. Denorfia will bat now for the 3rd time. He has a walk and a strikeout. The strikeout I was talking about, he just missed hitting a double down that right field line that would have ended. And then winds up striking out against Heath Bell, who gave up a run in the 9th. So there they are, first and second. Winning run is Cameron Maybin at second base. Let's see if Denorfia can send everybody home happy here tonight.
Shallow and right. Stanton very shallow.
And they'll look to second. Second baseman Infante was inching over. John Baker, another former Marlin, is on deck. Another look toward second base. Remember that one, September 25th. Double against the Reds in that division chase in 2010. A day game. That was a ball, I believe, that just got right by Scott Rowland at third base. And Infante creeping in at second. And Denorfia will take a strike. Pitch.
Slider.
So now Cishek ahead in the count. Again, the Padres are fortunate, as they were in the 9th, where they had Maybin as the lead runner with a lot of speed. And a good base runner. Out to the right side. This might be two. Denorfia will get there. A nice job by Perino with a hard slide. So we'll get the winning run to third base.
Well, the sidewinder against the righty misses big time in. And that's the one pitch during the at-bat. Actually, two pitches. And, you know, the defense for the Marlins had Denorfia played perfectly. Dobbs didn't even move at first base. That ball was hit on the ground, and he turned it nicely to second base. But you make a good point, Andy. Buckethead here. He's looking for a run. He wants to go home happy. Nice turn and nice slide by Andy Perino into second base.
Absolutely. Take any doubt out of a possible turn, although Denorfia was hustling. So who wrote this script? John Baker, former Marlin. A chance to win it for his new team. And on the ball, Denorfia will take second base. Defensive indifference. They said, we just don't care. Baker hasn't had a lot of action. 118 on the average. But the old baseball adage is only takes one. 2-1.
That wasn't actually a bad pitch. So only one bench player left. Blake T. Cody for the Padres. And one pitcher left in the bullpen for the Marlins, Edward Mujica.
Big cut, but comes up empty on the fastball. 2-2.
Challenge him with the old number one. Belt buckle high, right down the middle.
Just off the plate. So it's gone full. And those that are left are ready to see a game-winning hit right here. Bounced over the mound. Tough play here for Reyes. He'll throw and just get John Baker at first base. And the inning is over. 11, not enough to decide it. We'll go to the 12th, tied at 8.
Working on my violin.
Whoa!
You like that, did you?
Yes, I did.
Hey, remember the third inning? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, Pod scored 6 in it, clawing their way back. This has been a whale of a ball game, Mark.
Yeah, slicing doubles, and they did an outstanding job getting the big knocks. We constantly talk about how they had to get the big hits, and they did it that inning, clawing their way back into the ball game.
Coming up on the post-game show, guys, we're going to serve breakfast and orange juice. So hopefully we will see you then. Looky. Love the way he's doing it. Yep, we're going to talk a little something for everybody. Had a balk, you had home runs, you had everything, offensive, defensively. Also got to get an update for you on the closer, Houston Street. And Anthony Bass really battled for the Padres today. We'll have that, plus Buddy Black in the press conference tonight after the game, should it end.
Last I heard, the Devil went down to Georgia.
So make sure you join Charlie Daniels and Mark Sweeney on the postgame show coming up, as Josh Spence will come in.
Last arm out of the bullpen for Bud Black.
Anthony Ramirez, the batter. Well, you got to have fun at the old ballpark, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
That was some pretty good fiddle playing out there. I think they call it a fiddle, not a violin. And,
that's right.
So here's Ramirez. As mentioned, a 3-run homer back in the first inning. That was the first 3 runs scored against Anthony Bass. Stanton followed with a 2-run homer. And Spence falls behind. And a bit outside. So as mentioned, Ramirez hit that home run. It was a low line drive laser beam that just got out, but far enough for a 3-run homer to give the Marlins that early 3-0 lead. And there is ball 4. So a walk to Ramirez. And the batter will be Greg Dobbs. We're in the 12th. Buddy Black and Darren Balsley probably looking back to that 9th inning thinking,
oh, I know
what could have been. Always working that lineup sheet, trying to figure out now who would be a guy. If you go any further, who would be the guy that would take over for Josh Spence? There's got to be a position player that would have to go in there.
Yeah, and looking at the last time that Josh Spence threw, that was back on Monday. So he is well rested. That was against the Brewers. He threw an inning.
Because the last guy I remember as a position player pitching for the San Diego Padres was Josh Wilson.
Well, they've only got one more position player left, unless you go to
somebody that's in the game and you move Spence to a position,
right. Or a starter who.
Yeah, that's true too. Once foul. There was that game here, the other really long extra inning game. It was a Sunday afternoon. Padres and the Diamondbacks were doing battle here, and Josh Wilson was forced to come in and pitch as Buddy Black ran out of pitchers. Well, let's just hope it doesn't come down to that.
Randy Jones must be around somewhere. Maybe they can sign him to a contract.
It would be a quick game with him in the at least a quick inning.
Yeah.
He doesn't mess around. Never did. 89-minute game that he and Jim Cott had. Again, a butt. And again, he'll foul out of play. Take a look at this form.
Does he get the bat head out in front? Yes, good for him. Just kind of pokes it. See the barrel of the bat going below the hands, right?
Yeah.
So working underneath the baseball.
Think about it, in that 9th inning, if Maben would be able to get the bunt down, who knows how this game would have turned out, because it wound up with 2 strikes. He had to swing. Came through with a double. Spence will check on Ramirez again. And a foul into the first base dugout. We were talking about the ways that different closers get guys out. Then you bring in Josh Spence to the equation.
Tough to stay back.
Absolutely. That's not, I mean, the fastball that he throws is not maybe accurately described by fast, but it's effective.
83-ish, right?
Yeah.
Top out about 84. Flip up that breaking ball.
And he got him looking. What a great slider.
That slider at 77 miles an hour, Dobbs just mesmerized by it. Maybe he thought that that ball was going to be on the inside part of the plate, or off the plate rather. Well, caught a lot of the plate.
Certainly did. So 1 out of the Marlins 12th. And Omar Infante will come to the plate. Been on 3 times. 2 hits and the walk. And
yes, he did.
Tried to bunt, and he did. Strike 1.
These are also the games where you get lonely down in that bullpen.
Yeah, because there's not many people left.
Yeah, usually the catcher, bullpen coach, and then maybe one pitcher, Mujica. And everybody's done in the Padre bullpen. Everybody's been used up.
These are the kind of games that when Greg Maddux was a Padre, he would go into the clubhouse, he'd get his spikes on, he would tell Buddy Black, I'm going out to the bullpen. If you need me, put me in. You need me to pinch run, put me in. You need me to pinch hit, put me in. And a throw over again to check on Ramirez. As we mentioned, we've had a little bit of everything in this ball game, and looks like a little bit of a headache or a long off day for Ozzie Guillen. Another throw. Fonte's bounced around a few different teams.
Yes, he has.
But back in the National League East.
Bravos.
Was a Cub for a little bit. Tiger. Close pitch, but outside. 2-1.
Well, this is where the concentration level also, defensively, pitchers, hitters. I mean, who's going to blink first? Usually when you get in a game like this, who's going to make that first mistake? Who's going to play those 8s and aces?
Maybe head down to Fire Lake. 2-2.
Look like a fastball, or was that a changeup? Josh Spence bringing the heat.
Deep fly ball, left center. Backing up on that Guzman. It's going to bang off the base of the wall. Ramirez getting the green light. Here comes the throw from Bartlett toward the plate, up the line, and the Marlins have taken a 9-8 lead. Omar Infante with his second huge run batted in today.
Well, it was a hanging pitch on the outer half of the plate. Hanging breaking ball. Looks like Josh Spence wanted to backdoor it. Outer third of the plate. And there's the mistake we were talking about, right? One pitch.
Yep.
Being a mistake, and Infante capitalizes on it.
So they'll walk Stanton. Ozzie Guillen looking a little more awake after that hit. We got word from the Padres clubhouse as his intentional walk is being issued that Houston Street left the game with a right posterior shoulder strain. So the back of that right shoulder. And I'm sure there'll be more information available on the post-game show a little bit later on when you'll hear from the manager, Bud Black. So now, speaking of the manager, he'll come out and gather the infield around him. So Cishek is the batter.
Just want to kind of bunt defense they got put on here, knowing that he's going to bunt. I mean, the bottom line is getting out, right?
Yeah.
The best case scenario is getting that lead runner at third base. So Josh Spence has really got to be aware of covering that third base line, hoping that if the bunt is straight at him and the third base line, so Chase Headley can retreat back to third base and get that lead runner on the force out.
So Steve Cishek, easy for me to say, will come up. 9-8 Marlins. Bunted up the third base side. They'll have a play at third.
There you go.
Nice job by Spence to bounce off the mound and get that one.
And did you see Nick Hundley directing traffic there? As soon as that ball was bunted out in front of home plate, watch Nick. Off with the mask. He's pointing with his glove, yelling at Josh Spence, and he just needs to get to the ball at third base. Chase Headley can be a first baseman. And they record the 1-5 put out.
Only taking control. And Spence executing the play correctly. And now two away, first and second. And the batter is the catcher, Hayes, who's gone the entire way. Gets ahead with a changeup. It's the time of the game, too, where your scorebook looks like you're writing in some hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Trying to keep track of everything. Way out in front.
Another changeup.
So a big pitch coming up here for Spence, who would certainly like to keep this a one-run deficit going into the bottom of the 12th. Got him. Swing and a miss. Hayes upset, but Spence gets out of it, but he gives up a run. We head to the bottom of the 12th inning. It's the Marlins 9 and the Padres 8. 12th inning for the San Diego Padres, down 9-8. Andy Mazur along with Mark Grant filling in for Dick Enberg this series, as Cishek will stay out there. Again, as I told you a minute ago, the only guy left in the bullpen is Edward Mujica for Ozzie Guillen.
Everybody else used up for the Padres
covered his bear.
Yeah, exactly. And T. Cody, the only bench player for Bud Black.
So Headley at the plate. Drove in a run as part of that 6-run third for the Padres. That seems like a month ago. And he'll take a first pitch strike.
Need the rally caps now, huh?
Oh, yeah. Got to get inventive. I wonder if Buckethead is still around anywhere. That was a very, very good one.
That was.
There he is.
There's Buckethead.
Yeah, Buckethead.
Well, I know one thing for sure. The boys out in Alpine, engine number 17, Mike, Scott, and Colby, they're hanging in there. They're rooting for a Padre victory out in the Pine.
And that corner in left field, but that ball is going to slice foul. Well, the two teams that combined to use 15 pitchers in this game, 8 for the Padres. Cishek is the 7th, as the clock is striking very close to the actual Cinco de Mayo.
I was just going to say 16 minutes until Cinco de Mayo.
And look out, because Mike Pomeranz and Mark Sweeney are going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo in this postgame show coming up. That could get interesting. See if we see any more fiddle playing from Mr. Pomeranz.
Oh, he could pick it.
Even count here on Headley. Way inside. Fans just automatically decide to boo on that. But take one for the team. Get on base.
Mm-hmm.
Still full, 3-2. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. And swings and misses for strike 3, 1 away. So Yonder Alonso will come up.
Third strikeout for Cishek, and he begins his third inning of work. Still effective, keeping the ball down in the zone. Tremendous movement on that sinker for the strikeout.
So Alonso with 3 hits tonight, 3 for 6 in the game. 2 of those hits were doubles. He'll take a strike. Past the bedtime, but hey, it's a Padres game.
Yeah, and it's a baby. Schedule. He's going to be up when he wants to be up. 11:45. I'm feeling froggy and fresh. As long as I've got my binky and my beanie, life is good. Dad's the one that wants to go to sleep.
And Alonso lines one to right, a base hit. That's a 4-hit night for Yonder Alonso.
That'll do wonders for the average, huh? Swinging the bat well. Using the whole field. We mentioned it before. Single, double, double, single.
And that right there is a career high. 4 hits in 1 game for Yonder Alonso. And Blake T. Cody will come in to run for him. Not a bad idea. So Huntley will be at the plate. And a quick meeting coming up. How to pitch Nick Hundley in this situation, or to see what might be in play here with
could be
faster T. Cody there at the bag at first.
Yeah, hey, keep an eye on him over at first base. You might want to use a slide step here, and
You might want to think about first pitch breaking ball to Hundley. Did you mention something earlier about Nick Hundley hitting a walk-off home run?
I did. I think it was in May of 2009. It was in the 16th inning. And
it was against the Reds, right?
It was against the Reds. If I remember correctly, it went just to the second deck out there in left field above the pitch count scoreboard. I don't remember what I had to eat that day, but I remember that. Only behind. Nothing in one. He's 1 for 6 in the game. So the tying run at first base of the pinch runner, Blake T. Cody. Padres down 9-8 here in the 12th. T. Cody had a reunion with some of the members of the Miami media with him playing at the U along with Yonder Alonso. Popped him up. It is being called off. And a one-hand grab there by Dobbs. So the Padres are down to their final out, and it'll be Jesus Guzman to come up.
In fact, you talk about that Miami team in 08 as we take a look at Nick Hundley underneath it, frustrated. It's a crushable pitch, too.
Looked like he wanted to go Bo Jackson on that bat, and then thought better of it.
Yeah. Haggerty for the Padres. T. Cody, Alonso, and Grandal.
Yeah.
On that Miami team.
The U. Two pitches inside. 2-0 the count. Cishek has made already 50 pitches now in his third inning of work. There goes T. Cody. Well, may a throw, and he will slide in safely. For a stolen base for T. Cody. So now a single could tie this game again.
Good jump by Blake. He scooted nicely into second base. Good pop-up slide. You know, that was a good throw and a little high, but still good speed by T. Cody getting into second base.
Guzman, who hit over 300 here at this ballpark last year, has kind of scuffled to the start. Lines one to second, and that'll do it. Pulled in there by Infante, who was responsible for this win as the Marlins walk away with that 9-8 win here in 12 innings. We'll send things out to Mike Pomeranz to find out what is coming up on Padres Postgame Live.